we're at the agenda. Is there any changes or concerns with the agenda? Are we good with setting the agenda as published? Commissioner Justice.
Not sure of the protocol for this. So I may need some guidance from Mr. Marchetti. After going through the public meeting earlier regarding the urban growth boundary, I'd like to suspend the rule at this point so that we can actually establish a resolution to create a urban growth boundary map to take to the urban growth boundary committee.
Well, Commissioner Rowland, set agenda. Could you hold that motion to after we get the agenda set?
Well, I didn't know if I need to do it before or after, so that's fine. I just needed some guidance on that.
I tell you, we'll set.
Wait, gotcha.
If we're good, we'll set the agenda, and then I'll recognize you, and we can.
Thank you.
We can suspend if we need to. Is there any other changes to the agenda tonight? Like fire rapport?
Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'd like to go ahead, if we could, move 11.1. If we can move that up to first item on the agenda.
Okay, the Vice Mayor's made a motion to move 11.1 to the first item on the agenda. Is there any objection to making that move? I think that's done so the fire chief can go home. Oh, all right. Hearing no objections to that, we will move Resolution 11.1. It's currently at the heel of the agenda. We'll move that up to the first item on the agenda tonight. Any other changes to the agenda? All right. With the exception of 11.1 being moved to the beginning of the agenda will be set as published. We have a 156-page packet, 8 items on unfinished business, 6 on new business. There are packets in the wire baskets by the doors if you'd like to follow along. And of course, if you're online, it's on the city's website. So the agenda is set as published with the movement of 11.1 to the beginning of the agenda. And at this point, I'll recognize Commissioner Justice.
And I would go ahead and at this time just suspend the rule so that we could actually establish the map to take back to the urban growth boundary meeting and create that map for consideration at the next meeting.
Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Justice to suspend the rules. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of suspending the rules, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries. The rules are suspended. So, Commissioner Justice, I'll give you the floor.
Okay. We're doing this in response to the public meeting that we just had and the option B that we went through and marked. What I would like to do is use that as, Ms. Marchetti, how would we phrase that? Just use that as an exhibit to describe the resolution?
Right, to take to the UGB committee.
Correct. Okay. So option B, as we have amended and changed, we would use that as the map that we would give to Mr. Ely and take to the urban growth boundary meeting for approval. Is there anything else I need to add to that?
This is the city's proposal for amending the UGB.
Okay. Ms. Sheila, did you get that? Okay.
So that's your motion?
Yes, sir.
Is there a second for this? I'll second it. Any other questions or comments on the motion that we have to take this map as the city's presentation, I guess, or the offering to the county? Offering may not be the right word, but I have Commissioner Hefner's asking for the floor. You got the floor, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to amend option B to include, and I spoke with Chairman of the Planning Commission, Luke Winchester, earlier today, up in the northern section. Actually, I believe it's in Commissioner Chavette's district, a small section that is circled right here. Yes, Deanmore Road. You can see it. I'd like to amend it to include that.
Let's,
It's not on
Commissioner, would you make the motion on the mic so we got it on record?
How do I reference it? Just reference the circle with the question mark?
The road? Give us a road or something.
Yeah, need more.
Need more.
Santa Fe Trail, need more road.
Santa Fe Trail needs
Santa
more
Fe,
road.
Yeah. The circle with the question mark.
I don't remember doing that. Is that part of it that we did earlier? Or?
No, I'm adding it now.
I don't think it matters except for, is that section a part of?
It is
The,
part of the growth area. Wilson County growth area. It is part of that.
Yeah, so we can't annex that.
We're not talking about annexing.
Huh?
What do you mean?
I mean, we can't go into that. That is a section that they've got protected because they have taken that whole section right in there as part of their growth area. Huh? I can't hear you. Yeah, they would have to remove it from their individual section to put it into ours. And
Interesting.
I
Okay.
don't see that happening.
Okay. So you're saying it can't be done?
Well, I mean, it's part of the, and if you can explain
I
how
mean, we can ask for it, but it would require the county giving up that land.
right, and that is a section that they actually designated specifically as land they didn't want to give up, and that was the reason it's placed in that specially
Through
designated area.
conversations?
I'm sorry?
When did they designate this?
That
area?
was what they did in the last urban growth boundary meeting, that they specifically designated that as an area they did not want us going in there.
However, we can always ask for that.
We can ask.
Okay. All right. Let's ask them.
Well, how about let's do this? Let's don't put this into a position where we've got to come back 2 more weeks down the road. Why don't we actually ask for it, approve this map with that condition that we're going to ask? If we do not get it, then I don't see that being a hill we need to die on, I guess is my point.
So we're not going to include it, but we're going to ask them to consider it?
I think that pretty much it's set in stone. That is not anything we're going to get unless we ask their permission to get it. That was something that was established in the past urban growth boundary meetings.
Okay. All right. So
You want to withdraw the motion?
I can withdraw it, sure.
And you second? Okay. Are there any other questions or comments on the proposed map? Are we ready to vote?
Yes, sir.
All right, all in favor of what's labeled as the modified option B up there
With arrows and question marks.
with arrows and question marks? All in favor of adoption of that map, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. All right, do we want any other modifications on it?
So
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor, you have the floor.
Yes, I would like for your team to go back and just ask that question that Commissioner Hefner had asked about. You know, obviously, this is a work in progress. My understanding tonight for us voting, this is a baseline. This is to get us moving on to the next meeting. Is that correct?
actually, what this is puts us in a position to say, this is what we are proposing. And then they will take a combination of our proposal, Lebanon's proposal, Watertown's proposal, and Wilson County's proposal, put them all on one map. And then everybody has to vote on that. So if there's any negotiation or any questions to be asked, we probably need it done now as opposed to waiting. Otherwise, we're going to put this years down the road.
And what is this going to do if we push this out for one more meeting?
It's just going to push it farther down the line, and it puts us in a position where we can't revisit the land use map
Well, tonight,
further down the road. So
yeah, but tonight the objective was for us to give a baseline. That was my understanding. That was what we just had prior to this meeting.
that was not a baseline.
Our goal was to get a baseline tonight.
What baseline are you looking for?
A baseline is for us to have the discussion to be able to make sure that we are all in some form of agreement.
We
that
just
this
did. It
is-
was a 3-2 vote.
I understand that, but at the same time, that my understanding that 3-2 vote was for us to get a baseline and for us to have the next meeting and be able to have it into a resolution. That's what Mr. Marquetti was discussing earlier about less than 30 minutes ago.
I'm not sure what
Mr.
you're
Marquetti,
saying.
did I miss that?
This is our proposal to the UGB.
Okay.
If there's more discussion needed and you're not comfortable with it, then I don't have a problem in the world discussing it more. But we're going to have to do something other than just come in here on every other Monday night and talk about it.
I understand that. And that's where the discussion earlier, which was this was going to give us a baseline for us to move forward with, or, with the resolution was going to come back.
Okay, I'm not
Then
sure.
I may have misunderstood the entire purpose of the first meeting that we had earlier today then, less than 45 minutes ago.
Vice Mayor, that was one of the items that was discussed, but by suspending the rules, let us move it forward tonight
Okay.
by adopting it in lieu of a resolution coming back.
I understand. Okay. I totally missed that one then.
Any other questions or comments?
What happens if they reject? What happens if they say no? What happens if they say no?
Pretty much a dead issue at that point. We keep the established urban growth boundary, what we've got, which is, it goes up to Stewart's Ferry Pike, and that's it. We'll wind up with nothing. All four entities being, Lebanon, Watertown, Wilson County, and Mount Juliet all have to have a majority vote to take it. So if any one of them says no, then it's pretty much dead in the water anyway.
Well, for me personally, I'm not sure everything I proposed got shot down. So I'm not sure what other conversations I'm going to be able to participate in or discuss, because not a single thing that I proposed is included on your option B. So for me, I don't need to discuss anything more.
Out of respect, Mayor, I have zero problem with revisiting this. I don't want anybody having hard feelings over a map that probably is not going to take place anyway within our lifetime. So it sounds kind of
Probably agree with that.
counterproductive to do it that way.
This is true. I think sometimes in these discussions, it gets lost on the fact that just because the urban growth boundary map is modified in some way, that does not mean anyone gets annexed in it. There's people that have been in the urban growth boundary for 10, 20 years, whenever it became a law in the state. And there's been no consideration of annexation or anything. And I'll add to that as well, the city cannot annex without the approval of the property owners if they wanted to. So any other questions or comments on this? If not, we don't have a map. Commissioner Mullally.
I'm kind of like Commissioner Hefner here, because nothing I proposed south got included either, basically. But if the reason for not including some of that south is because it's already built out, well, if you take the Berkshire example, that was not in our urban growth boundary, so we're expanding it to include them because they have asked for sewer. So, and it's all agreed that no one can, you can't force an area to be annexed unless they want to be annexed. So taking the example of Berkshire, we'll just say South Winds, not South Winds, Poplar Ridge, just using that as an example. What if that was included and at a later time they wanted to be annexed and they wanted sewer? See what I'm saying? I'm just equating that to Berkshire. So if the reason to not include them is they're already built out, well, so is Berkshire.
No, it's not. Yeah. Berkshire, I don't know if I was on Mayor. Berkshire has another 80 some odd homes out there that they're wanting to add, but they don't have the soils to be able to add those 80 some homes. So the backside of Berkshire Ridge is not built out. There's nothing there, and they can't get those soils because they can't get access to any additional soils. It's just not available. So that's the only option that they've got. And the existing homeowners association is, my understanding, is the ones that was it their HOA that reached out to us, or it was okay. Actually reached out to us and was asking to bring them into our urban growth boundaries, the reason they were included to begin with. So that's the difference between the Poplar Ridge section and Berkshire Ridge. So they're not built out at all.
There may have to be some compromise on what we do for south of here to get 3 votes to move this forward.
Well, I think we just had 3 votes. Yeah, Commissioner, did you not vote for it?
No, I voted against it.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, sorry, I didn't realize.
And there's,
Well, it's a dead issue then. At that point, we don't have anything to take to the county, then we have,
That's why I thought it was based on.
well, that's why I left it open if somebody wanted to modify the map to see if they could get 3 votes. If not, then there's no sense in continuing this.
hey, I have no problem taking in swamp area. If that's what we want to do, I have no problem with that. Put it in there.
So I think that was an amendment. I think that was a second.
Just as long as those people realize that they don't have to be annexed over there. And that's what people need to realize. You don't have to be annexed. All right. If all you got to do is say no. And at that point, it's the end of the conversation. With the exception of Patricia Wilson, we're going to annex her anyway, regardless of whether she likes it or not. Yeah, I'm going to have to go back and apologize to those 5 homes over there there's, they asked not to be in the city of Mount Juliet. They did not want to be in urban growth boundary. They live on Century Farms, large lots over there, and the rest of it is swamp area. So we're going to go out here and put swamp area into our urban growth boundary. Let's just go for it and do it. Makes perfect sense to me.
Mr. Hefner.
Nothing happens by being included in the urban growth boundary unless you request it. Or the property, the undeveloped property, comes to the city and asks for annexation. Other than that, you're not impacted by being in the UGB. So if there's some misconception or someone has told you something other than that, then they're not telling you the truth. So being in the UGB doesn't affect you at all unless you request it. And even then, the city has an opportunity to vote you down if you would like to be in the city. So this is really for future development, which may never happen, in which case we don't have to worry about it. But if it does develop 20 years from now, 30 years from now, or whenever, it's in our UGB and we can control the building requirements, design standards, or street standards. But to be clear, nothing happens. You're not impacted by being added to our UGB. So just want to make.
There was a motion. There was a motion and a second to include the area. I guess it's best described as south of Central Pike.
Circle with the X through it.
Circle through with the X through it. It's the property that is directly against the Davidson County line there. Mr. Mullally, you look like you.
Oh, just a question. So it's just the part with the X and it doesn't include that south of there, which you initially had as well?
No, it would just be
Just to
north
Stewart's
of
Ferry?
Stewart's Ferry. Correct.
Is everybody? Do you want to go point it out just to make sure everybody's on the same page and make sure there's no confusion?
Okay, and I would like to point something else out if I can there before he does that.
Well, it's this pink area here.
It looks like it's Breckenridge Drive to Stewart's Ferry Pike.
Correct.
I'm sorry.
And I don't know if we got anybody from the county. I see Commissioner Smith here. And okay, my question would be, I know that Breckenridge is built out and is on a step system. So at no point do we ever want to take over that step system. We know that. Now, if I'm not mistaken, aren't there two more developments past that going back towards?
I believe so, but I can't speak on that. I'll have to find out from Commissioner Jones.
Is there? I'm sorry.
Why would we be
There's
doing
Autumn
this?
Ridge, isn't it? Isn't there Autumn Ridge?
Autumn Breeze is south of Breckenridge, but yeah, it's out there.
That would be included in this.
Correct.
Are we ready to vote on the motion?
I think we're actually about to take in our urban growth boundary, a couple of developments that are actually under construction at this point. Do we want to do that?
Well, y'all saw my map, so
And
This
you're,
hasn't been approved.
Huh?
Oh, this is a proposal.
No, sir. They're building homes.
I'm saying this is a proposal to the
Oh, I
county.
understand. But no, this, when we pass this, it's approved at that point.
we're passing our proposal to take up there.
Yeah. And if the county agrees with it, then we got it.
and your reason for including this one little section is what?
South Mount Juliet Road and the improvements we're making to Central Pike Interchange.
Commissioner Hobbs from the county is here. Can we ask him, Mayor, to about that section?
Is there any objection? Commissioner, do you want to come forward? Commissioner Hobbs?
If I'm,
Go recess, and I guess y'all went right back to it after all the commissioners left. So
well, we're actually putting it on the resolution now so we can actually vote on it and adopt it so we can bring it to the UGB meeting next as an approved item.
So you're gonna vote tonight?
I'm sorry.
You're gonna vote tonight?
Yes.
No workshop?
We just had workshop prior to this, and we've asked
Did
our
you
city
find-
attorney, and he said it was fine. We could do it this way, so it's not going to be an issue there. No,
It would be fair for me to answer on all the rest of the commissioners' behalf that already left.
this
a few minutes ago.
the question I've got doesn't have anything to do with y'all voting or not voting at this point. What I'm trying to find out is, once you pass Breckenridge, that's already on a step system, is it not?
Some of it is, some of it ain't. Y'all built 2 new subdivisions, or the county is building 2 new subdivisions in there at this time.
In Breckenridge?
Right past Breckenridge on the south of it.
Okay, going south, that's what I'm asking about specifically. South of Breckenridge, is there 1 or 2 developments being?
There is 2 developments going in there, and there's actually one across the street also.
And
You're looking at
those,
street
one of those
development.
across the street, if I'm not mistaken, at America's Home for rent.
I don't
thinking
know. I'm
it's
not gonna
up-
answer that because I don't know.
Is that right, Jennifer? Okay, yeah.
It's what has changed on Plan B since we had left.
But nothing, that's what we're discussing right now. Nothing's changed as of right now. We're talking about voting and bringing in that one section over there where the wetlands are, putting that into the urban growth boundary. And I've just made a comment to this lady over here that I was going to have to apologize if that's what we have to get it through over there.
There's only 5 homes down in that wetlands. Are you talking about Miss K. Smith?
Yes. Yes, she's sitting right
Still
over here.
How does Miss K. Smith feel about that?
There was nobody on that road vote for it. Nobody wants it. There was a crew here.
Okay.
They thought it was probably settled. I wasn't sure.
I thought it was too.
Say.
Now, and let me tell you, I mean, she's just been advised if they don't want to be annexed, then they won't be annexed. And that's just the end of that conversation. I don't like it either,
I say
but
let's leave it there if they don't want to be annexed.
I'm sorry.
Let's leave it on just like it is, like we decided on an hour ago.
We have an amendment that we've been requested to discuss here by Commissioner Hefner.
Okay. Commissioner Hefner, what is your outlook? What are you looking for this land? Future growth? What are you looking for? Why do you want it?
Is it not unreasonable to think that at some point in the future, 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, can
You know
you,
where it's at?
I know it's at, I know where it's at. If it's not going to get developed, then nothing that we do tonight is going to impact
That's correct.
current residents. So
You're
why
right,
are
they
we,
can annex them in. That's correct.
we don't annex. The property owner's request to be annexed, which is subject to approval by this board.
Now, let me ask you a question. You guys might know, you're a lot smarter than me. If she sells her house, the people that buy that house, they don't have an option. They automatically get annexed in, right?
No,
They can still request, not, does that answer you, Ms. Kay?
Well, nobody on that road's gonna sell. They've been there hundreds of years.
Most of the families out there, the Hertz, the Smiths, I mean, they've been out there for a very long time. They're not looking forward to living in the city, nor is my.
they're not going to be living in the city. I think there's a gap
Well, they'll
in,
be in urban growth and they're not looking.
Which
forward
means
to urban
nothing.
growth. Well,
What
if
does it
means
mean?
Nothing, why do you want it so bad?
for future development, if future development.
I'm gonna stop here, Ray. It's gonna have to go through the county commission anyways. after y'all decide. So we were trying to work this out earlier with you
I mean,
guys.
if it's not going to develop, then why are we,
I think it'd be.
why the opposition if it's not going to develop?
I don't think they're looking forward to that. They don't like their farms being taken. They want to hang on to them.
Nobody's taking nobody's farm.
I see a fella right here.
Excuse me,
has to lose
that's-
his farm. Let me speak one more time. I think we're not looking, Mount Juliet City's been around for a good while. I'm from here. Jennifer Hamlin's from here. She's now planning director. Ray, I don't know where you're from, Scott. We take care of our farmers. We take care of the landowners. And that's what we want to see happen here.
So
Order,
We
please.
built this town. We're from this town. We take pride in this town. Development does need to come. I understand that. There's a place and time, but let's take care of the farmers before we go and start taking our land from developing on top of. Miss Miley, where are you from?
Well, originally Mississippi.
Okay, Scott, where you from?
the biggest swampland in the United States, Florida.
Okay. Mr. Manis,
I'm from the big city of Sotelo, Tennessee, population 356.
Mr. Trevette,
Cincinnati.
Mr. Justice.
I'm from Mount Juliet,
I know
Tennessee.
you are, and I'm from Mount Juliet, Tennessee also, and we want to take care of our people sitting over in this audience. Thank you.
I'm just curious.
Order, please. Order, please. Okay, if there's any more discussion on the map amendments,
Mayor, I'm just going to tell you,
Commissioner Justice.
I had promised Miss Kay Smith that I was not going to vote for anything that included her piece of property over there, and I'm not going to back down on that promise. So
Okay.
there's no way that I can go forward with that piece on there. Not with my vote. I mean, it may pass without my vote, but I'm not going to vote for it. I'm going to honor my promise to her.
All right. Any other questions or comments? All right. All in favor of the amendment as presented by Commissioner Hefner, please signify by saying aye. All opposed? So that's 2 for, 3 against. Unless there's appetite for another proposed amendment. All right, hearing none. Commissioner Justice.
The piece with the question mark in the circle, you want to leave it alone, or is that on there?
Do you need the floor, Vice Mayor?
Yes, please, Mayor. So back to that question of with the county, and I don't know if that's something that, one of the county commissioners could, clarify for us, but if Mr. Winchester had gone out of his way tonight to come here, and I wish he had stuck around, but if there was a concern or question, I would love to have known more about that, and that's where I thought this was going to be a baseline for us tonight. So is there any a discussion, I guess, further that we could go back to the commission of the county and be able to find out if that's an opportunity or, to be added in, or, and I don't know if that's a question back to the gentleman that was just speaking.
Actually, I have no
Is he still
problem
here?
putting it in there.
You do not.
I have no problem. You're talking about putting the section over in Hickory Hills in there?
No, Hickory Hills was already agreed upon
Okay.
amongst with the board. I'm referring to the question mark that was up there.
Santa Fe Trail needs more.
Thank you.
That area.
Is that the area? That was the question there.
Again, that's a matter of law, and that would be a question for Mr. Marchetti, if I'm not mistaken, Mayor, as to whether or not we can legally bring that into our urban growth boundary. I don't think we can.
I think they would have to relent first.
Yeah,
Control
that's
the area.
Correct.
It just doesn't sound to me like there's a lot of appetite to even expand it. I don't know what that means in terms of, even though we've heard from citizens on that road requesting to be annexed.
Is that Jim Needmore specifically, or
Well,
North?
I'm referring to Santa Fe. Maybe I'm.
Or Santa Fe. Oh, I've had numerous come to me and asked to be annexed into that, but obviously, and this is kind of what we go back to, Ms. Kay, with, if you don't have, you've got a development, but you don't have a 100% agreement, then the entire area cannot even be annexed. You can't just go in there and just get one little piece here and there. So in a development, there has to be 100% agreement before that development can be annexed and brought into the city.
So I guess that's all I have, Mayor. So it looks like I say we just leave it alone then.
Okay.
It's just,
All right.
Well, I want to say there's been some false narrative put forth about taking farms and stuff like that. No one's taking farms. Developers don't take farms. What happens is people, the next generation sometimes wants to sell the farm, and that's what happens. Nobody takes it. The next generation sometimes wants to sell. I'm not saying that anybody in this audience that there's going to be a next generation that will sell yours, but I'm just saying there's been many a times where people have approached us and they've inherited and they want to develop. That's the reason we consider this. This is just part of planning. It's not a part of anything to do with taking, but there is no planning for the city if it's not in the urban growth boundary. And I'm assuming that was the point that you're trying to make on some of this, but I don't mean to be offensive to anybody. Each situation is obviously different, and each scenario is different that comes before us. But we just have to plan and contend as if everything is going to potentially want to be developed at some point, and if it doesn't, it just sits there. That's what happens. So, any other questions or comments? If I hadn't heard any, Commissioner Mullally.
On this northern section, I understand to the right of that, what's the name of that road? Lagardo. Well, that's 109, right?
Yes.
Okay. To the right, to the east of that is Lebanon, so we can't go any further. And one advantage of that would be keeping them from coming over, crossing over 109. So if that's the case, why don't we just leave the northern section in the county and just expand south of David's Corner and Burton down, if that's the intent, is to keep Lebanon out, and then leave that northern section in the county.
Is there, again, I mean, I went to the county commissioners and proposed this to them to make sure they were okay with that as a proposal to bring to the UGB meeting. And I talked to Commissioner Smith is here to talk to him about this. He said he was okay with it, had no problem with it. I talked to Chad Bernard, who is the commissioner over on the other section down from Mr. Smith, and he had no problem with it. No commissioner has expressed any kind of concern or anxiety over it. This is an area that we have talked about going out to Highway 109 so that Lebanon doesn't come further across 109 and into it's kind of that line that everybody says does not exist, but everybody knows exists, Highway 109. And many years ago, we did not take the opportunity to establish that as the divider line. However, about 100 years ago, somebody established that as a divider line, whether they were willing to admit it or not. It's just an opportunity for us to say, no, we're here, Lebanon, y'all go where you need to go. We're going to go where we need to go. It establishes that dividing line.
So what about fire coverage up in?
I will, if I may answer that, Mayor. There is a development coming up out to Bender's Ferry Road, and I have talked to the developer out there, and they're willing to actually put land in for the city of Mount Juliet to build a fire department out there at a future point. Actually, the only thing it actually changes is the ISO code, not for the entire city, but anybody outside of the 5-mile radius. And there are other considerations. If there's a fire hydrant, for instance, 1,000 feet from the residence and things, it establishes a baseline to be able to keep that ISO code at a lower rate. But if we have land that has been dedicated for a fire hall in a future time, then that would establish the 5-mile radius going further out the peninsula on the Bender's Ferry Road.
So the northernmost tip to the shoreline there, that would be within 5 miles?
I have not measured it, but I believe we talked
then
about
over
it.
to
It would be within the 5-mile radius.
Okay.
Without seeing the map, I don't know.
That's
Well,
to our fire chief.
Are there any more proposals for a map to vote on?
I wouldn't think so. I'm just answering
Okay.
Commissioner Mullally question as best I can.
Well, not hearing any, then I'm going to make a motion to go back into regular session. And
Yes, sir.
is there an objection to going back? All in favor of ending suspension of the rules and going back into regular session, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we're back into regular session, and we'll pick up where we left off at invocation and pledge of allegiance. Chief Hambrick, would you do us the honor, sir?
Let's prepare our hearts and minds for prayer. It's on days like this that we certainly come and see ourselves in need of much prayer. And so as we pray for the horrific acts that taken place in Nashville by unnatural means, we also pray for those impacted in Mississippi, Alabama, and other places that have lost life and destruction by natural means and disaster. So let us pray. Father God, we come to you. And Lord, we honor you with the fruit of our lips, and we thank you for the blessings, Lord, that you bestowed upon us. Now, Lord, we pray that you would just grant and impart, Lord, your wisdom, Lord, to our mayor and board of commissioners, to each of our elected body. Heavenly Father, we pray that we would all, Lord, as servants of this city, Lord, of this county, Lord, walk worthy as your word declares in the vocation in which we are called. And Lord, we want to do it with excellence. We want to represent you well. Lord, we pray for those that have been impacted by this horrible shooting. Lord, the 7 souls, all of them. Lord, those families. Lord, the church and school. Heavenly Father, the community. Lord, the first responders that had to respond and see those things. Lord, we pray that you would just cover them, Lord, and be all that they need at this hour. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to serve this city, Lord, to serve our fellow man. And Lord, we ask that you would just bless not only this city, but our country and our world. And so we just honor you, we thank you, and we ask your blessings upon us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Please join me in the pledge of the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Chief Hambrick, for that. Our next item on the agenda is the approval of minutes from the March 13th meeting. Is there a motion? Have a motion? Is there a second? Have a second. Any questions, comments? Commissioner Mullally?
I have one correction, packet pages 12 and 13, 9.1 on the minutes agenda about regarding the wire fencing. It has me down as a yes vote, and my vote was a no. So I need that changed.
All right. Any objections to the change? All right, seeing none. We're back on the minutes with the one change on that. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, that passes by a vote of 4 and 1 abstention on that. Next item on the agenda is citizen comments. The way we do citizen comments is we have a Chapter 2, Article 2 of City Code, Section 220 outlines that each one who speaks gets 3 minutes. I'm not the bad guy, but I do have to enforce the 3-minute rule here. But we'll ask you to come back or ask you to come forward and give your name and address for the record. You'll be recognized for 3 minutes. We just ask that you keep your comments on actual topics of the city and not so much on people. And if you would, ma'am, name and address for the record, please.
Valisa Sandin, 1013 Brookstone Boulevard.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You're recognized for 3 minutes.
All right. Good evening. I'm the executive director. I've been at the center for 3 years. This is the Mount Juliet Senior Center. We're super excited to be here tonight, just to have the opportunity to the possibility of joining in with the Parks and Recs and working with the city. So we've got 2 board members here, and I have my other coworker. Just to kind of give you a little bit of history about the senior center, we have members between the age of 55 and 99. So you can come on at 55. They're very active, and we have outgrown our current building size. This is a great thing, but we're very limited in space. So that prevents us from being able to add certain activities. We just have one main room, and that's where all of our parties and events are. And since we're limited to size, we can only put so many people in there. So we have to have a list, and some people don't always make the list. We do have the current building is over 90 years old. So with that being said, we have tons of repairs that need to be done and lots of money going out for leaky roofs, ceilings falling in, terrible Wi-Fi, phone systems. We're in an old building. We just make the best that we can with what we got. We have 2 full-time employees and 2 part-time, and that doesn't include a maintenance worker. So with that being said, we are all the maintenance workers there. Learned how to repair toilets, grease traps, any other maintenance work needs to be done. So it would be wonderful to not have these issues that takes time away from our seniors. Our focus is on our members and providing them a safe place to come daily. Besides costly repairs, our utilities, gas, water, trash, security, sewer, insurance, and vehicle maintenance has increased from $46,000 last year to $55,300 this year. This partnership with Rocky Lee and his Parks and Rec staff is a win-win for all of us, and this would be a dream come true for our members, and especially the ones that have been supportive and been with the center for years and been talking about this for 10 years or more. So I'm super excited about this plan and look forward to working with Parks and Recs if possible.
Thank you.
Hi there, my name's Jennifer Pinto. My address is 13101 North Creek Drive. I am the Assistant Director of the Activities at Mount Juliet Senior Center. For the Mount Juliet Senior Center, there are over 400 members. It is growing daily and ranging from ages, like Felisa said, from 55 to 99. I cannot stress enough how active our members are. Members are not just active at our center, but also support our community as well. The quilting group focuses on the Quilts of Valor for the veterans. Knitting and crochet group makes scarves for children in need and baby blankets. They also have helped with pillows for cancer patients. Ukulele, dulcimer choir, and Bravo Theater are all provide entertainment to the area for the nursing homes and other events throughout Mount Juliet and surrounding Nashville areas. We currently offer at the center over 30 activities, which include classes, groups, and exercises every day. We just added 3 new exercise classes: line dancing, physio ball yoga, and dance fit. We will also be adding even more classes in the next few weeks to meet the needs and the interests of our seniors who have a little bit of less ability for the higher activities. We also have one large room to hold all of our classes and main events. We have 4 small rooms, medium-sized rooms that groups are quickly growing out of. The issue with our one large room, we have at least 3 days a week that we're having to flip the room. Sometimes that's 3 times a day. In that, it includes our seniors helping to flip that room, which means folding tables, stacking chairs, and moving and other equipment to meet those needs. This area is not ideal for our yoga classes, our Tai Chi classes, as the noise from other activities can be distracting, as well as people walking through that area to get into other areas of the building for additional activities. We have moved some groups upstairs to our rooms, and currently one of our groups is 20 people that play dominoes. They have currently outgrown that room, and we have several of them have walkers, and I would rather have that downstairs to meet the safety needs that could arise. With that, our parties are over 100 people in attendance, and it's difficult to accommodate these needs for everyone due to the lack of space. It would be amazing for Mount Juliet Senior Activity Center to collaborate with Parks, Recreation to meet the needs of our active seniors in Mount Juliet. We have been planning, dreaming for some time, and look forward in how we can work together to make Mount Juliet Senior Activity Center an even more desirable place where friends meet. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Galen Wilson, 132 Privateer Lane in Mount Juliet. I'm on the board at the Senior Center. I'm also the executive director of Wilson Rides, which is public transportation for seniors 55 and over. We were started to make sure seniors were getting, those that didn't drive anymore were getting to where they needed to go. As part of developing that transportation program, I was given numbers by GNRC, also our census and the Wilson County Planning Group. There are over 147,000 people in Wilson County. 24,000 of those are over the age of 65. It's projected to be 34,000 by 2030. So that's a 20% increase in just 7 years. I'm not sure where all those people are going to, move to. I'm assuming it's going to be Mount Juliet since, we are growing. We're busting at the seams. Wilson County is supposed to be the place to be. I will say that our entire population is aging, and we need a place for seniors to live their lives, basically. Just because they're over 55, they shouldn't stop living their lives. I'm fortunate enough to live in Del Webb, where there is a lot of activity. I know our churches provide activities, but if you don't live in Del Webb, if you're not able to drive and get to your churches, we also need a place for our seniors to go, and I believe that that's the Senior Center. As they said earlier, it's busting at the seams. I would venture to say the building's barely standing. I also believe that great communities are not just about having great schools, churches, shopping, restaurants, parks, but they also take care of their seniors. And as someone said earlier, let's take care of our own. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff Rowlett, 1105 Shadow Lane. I am also a Senior Center board member. The Senior Center has for years been seeking a site or a place to build a new Senior Center. Once we were presented with the concept of working with the city and the Parks Department, the Senior Board approved a motion to work with the city to accomplish that goal. We have met with Rocky and some of the Mount Juliet Parks board members at the police station to kind of get an idea of what we've got to work with. We feel real good about the possibilities to, as someone said, to make a win-win out of this. On behalf of the Mount Juliet Senior Center Board, we appreciate the opportunity. We are excited. We look forward to building a senior center we can all be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Scott Moore, and I live at 1714 Eagle Trace Drive. I've lived in Mount Juliet for the past 18 years, and I want to speak and relay my thoughts on the proposed road project on Pleasant Grove Road that would take some of the land of the Tillman Farm. This project does not have a direct impact on me or my property. I live in District 2. For the past 35 years, I've called Sonny Tillman, David, and Terry Mitten my friends. When I heard the city was considering taking a portion of their farmland for a road project, I asked Dave what I could do to help. This land has been with their family for 4 generations, with Sonny, his kids, their children, and now great-grandchildren. I have memories of taking my own children on their farm to fish, camp, hunt, and just fellowship together. I understand that growth in a city causes growing pains, but when those growing pains directly cause pain to individuals and take away their ability to make an honest living, then it might be time to look at another possible option. It is my understanding that the Central Pike and I-40 interchange project is going to take away some of the property located at the front of the Tillman Farm. And now we're meeting to discuss the matter of the city taking more land from the farm on the west and backside. The cattle on this property are not pets. They are products that allow them to make a living. Moving cattle around the property while land is being used for growing hay is vital to having as much land as they can. But we are not just talking about land. We're talking about impacting a man and a family for making a living. These projects are needed for growth, but not at the expense of taking away land from a longtime community member. David does not leave the farm each day and go to a 9-to-5 job, then back to the farm. This is his job and livelihood. We have seen over the past few weeks and months that other plans were stopped due to saving farmland and helping others stop growth that would have a negative impact on their properties, and I'm happy for them. And I would ask that the same consideration be taken for this proposal on the land of the Tillman Farm be spared. I would ask that you defer and seek another option or simply not approve taking the land from this farm. We mention words like community, pride, love, and family as we proudly talk about our city. And I believe these actions do not exemplify those characteristics. No one, whether the Tillman Farm or any other property owner, should have to suffer as this. I would ask that you allow the Tillman Farm to stay functioning as it is now and don't take any further land from them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Deborah Simpson, and me and my husband and my daughter have increased the population of Mount Juliet in the last month. We've only been here 1 month. We're from Texas. And it's funny because I asked a question very recently about unincorporated areas in Mount Juliet, and it come into this meeting and y'all talking about growth and all that kind of stuff. Let me tell you, we came to Tennessee sight unseen. I was driving down and I heard before that, oh, Mount Juliet is so nice, so quiet, this and that and all that. Okay, fine. So I'm driving down 40 and come up 171. Don't know where I'm going. Hit, oh, this is nice. Got nice houses, all open and everything. And all of a sudden we hit Mount Juliet. I said, what the heck is with all these shops? I was like, wow, this is a lot of stores. Well, then we unpacked all our stuff just like people do. And you have to run to the store and get so many things, right? We heard the same thing out of every cashier in many stores that we went to in this last month. We said, oh, we're new here. Oh, really? Are you from Mount Juliet? Yeah, I'm from Mount Juliet. How do you like all this? We don't like it. Every store we went to, every grocery store, every whatever kind of store we went to, we don't like the growth in Mount Juliet. It's too fast and it's too much. And the reason I tell y'all this is because I have lived in small towns. We're like from Texas. The small town that we're from, we went back there to visit. I couldn't find my way back. I got lost in my own hometown for the growth. I'm not saying growth is bad, but I'm saying there's a time and a place and a way to do it. Not just a time to do it, but a way to do it. And we do have to make decisions that our people, your children and grandchildren, have to live with 20 years from now, 30 years from now, when y'all who are making the decisions don't have to deal with the results. So you can't blow it off and say, well, we're not going to have that happen 20 years from now. Y'all ain't even going to be here to deal with what you do today. So all I'm saying is, I don't think you need another Walmart. Local owned businesses are where I shop. And I know I'm new here, but I'm just putting in my 2 cents. And whoever that man is who spoke right before me, I like what he had to say. Thank you for giving me time. And thank y'all for actually looking at me as I'm talking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Name and
Hello,
address, please.
everybody. My name is Stuart Resor, StuartResor, and that's at gmail.com if you're going to send us an email. I have sort of by accident landed in the shoes of the Historic Commission. I like that. We're not doing much. We have room for a lot more members. We have some people up here that are already members. Thank you for that. And somebody who's helped us an awful lot just left the room, Jennifer. And she's also our District 4 commissioner. We need a little guidance. And we really haven't taken too many steps forward. And if there's anyone else that wants to help out, the door is open. If there's anyone else whose toes are being stepped on by us, let us know. That's not the game plan. We are going to honor the first 100 members as founding members. We're at 43 right now. Some people have received our monthly newsletter. Anybody here got that? Mr. Trivet, another guy from Cincinnati. We need a little guidance on what we should do next, if anything. We are taking it slow. We will, if you do join us, you will not get a whole lot for that, but you will get our newsletter. At some point, though, we want to take the commission up a few steps to have more of an impact here, be financially stronger, and possibly help save a couple of broken schoolhouses that people have told us are pretty much ours if we want them. Should we take those old schoolhouses? What should we do? Again, it's Stewart. Did I leave out my address? 302 Cascabel Place, Mount Juliet. Also in Del Webb, like Gail Wilson. So we stand ready to pretty much do what all of you want us to do. That's our next game plan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, Jeremy Hayes, 120 Southwest Cook Road. First of all, I had the opportunity to serve on the board with our fellow members with the Senior Center. And I would like to take a moment to thank Tina behind us, Rocky Lee, for coming out to us at our last meeting and discussing a potential option for the Senior Center to help take care of our seniors in the community. That's great. We greatly appreciate the help of the city, Tina and Rocky. I know that even James, that's been a Mayor Madness. That's been a big issue for him. I remember on the way to the Alabama-Tennessee game, driving up there, he kept talking about how he really wanted to impact the seniors in our community. That was for Tina, by the way. Thank you. So, go Vols. Secondly, I want to take a moment to also thank the employees of the city, Mount Juliet. I know Kenny, Jennifer, Sheila, Andy, if you're in here, all the city employees who do such an amazing job helping promote our city, really working to get companies in here like Costco. You guys do an amazing job uplifting and supporting our elected representatives, and sometimes even people like myself forget the important role that you guys play. And without you guys, our city wouldn't make it. So really, thank you. You guys are really one of the main reasons why Mount Juliet is so great. Secondly, the Central Pike Interchange. Again, my family's been here since the 1800s. I've heard since I was a child that interchange was going to happen one day. Even up to, a few months ago, I kept hearing it's 8 to 10 years away. Even Commissioner Hefner said that 8 to 10 years away. Well, luckily, through the TDOT commissioner and the actions of this commission, everyone who voted for it, which I think was a 5-0 vote, our mayor, Kenny, Andy, everyone who attended the meeting with the governor, now it looks like through the TDOT commissioner, that project is going to be moved up substantially. I've even heard people, I don't want to say numbers, but I'll say it. I've heard it's within 2 to 4 years. So listen, you guys do a great job for our city. Thank you. Again, my wife would be upset if I didn't mention this. We get really tired of driving to Hendersonville to go to Sam's. You guys did an amazing job on our city employees, Jennifer, Sheila, Kenny, Andy, everyone, including our mayor, commissioners who all voted for it. We are so thankful, not only our family, but as a city, to bring Costco to this community. Between the economic impact that it's going to have, bringing in millions and millions of dollars from outside areas coming here now, it's going to be great for the families who live here to be able to, shop locally and get back to our schools. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, sir.
Roll Tide. My
Name
name
and
is
address
Tina
for the
Hudson
record,
Pillar,
please.
and I live at 305 Michael Circle. But the reason I am here, I have the pleasure of serving as the chair of the Mount Juliet Parks and Recreation committee. We have a great committee, and we did meet our last meeting, and we discussed, our job is to give guidance. We don't make rules, and we don't spend money. They won't let me have a paycheck or anything, but is to give guidance. And we've talked a lot about, we've done a lot for, and when we're looking at parkland, we're looking at what's the best use of that land. And I feel like we've done a great job for our children and the activities of the children. I think we've done a decent job with dog parks. We've worked hard to take care of our dogs. Well, not that I am now one of them, but it's now time for us to take care of our senior citizens. And when the opportunity for this police department came to us, we felt as a committee that this is a great opportunity for the Parks Department to step up and to partner with the Senior Citizen Center and see if we can't do something for our seniors. And that's why I'm here, just to say the Parks Department supports it. So we're ready to do it. So let's get it done tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good evening. My name is Matt Gardner, 4603 Skymont Drive, Nashville. I wanted to start quickly and thank Andy and Shane and the Public Works team as the developer of the Village at Pleasant Grove project, which is right at the eastern edge of the proposed widening scope of the Pleasant Grove Road. We are very excited for this project. In our initial conceptual meetings with Public Works over 2.5 years ago, Andy and his team let us know that this project was on the horizon sometime in the future. They and Commissioner Hefner then asked us to go ahead and design around the likely new right-of-way that was consistent with what was in front of paddocks. Over the subsequent couple of years as the project progressed, our civil engineer and I met several times with Public Works staff on that matter, especially as currently the tapering from 4 lanes to 2 happens right near our main entrance. And we wanted to make sure that all the road curves aligned with what we were proposing. We just really appreciate the matter that they work transparently with us so that our plan is consistent with what they were looking at. As a result, and at the request of Public Works and Commissioner Hefner, we agreed to donate half of that total right-of-way needed on that triangular piece in front of us. The max depth there looks to be that 50% donations, about 25 feet at the max portion. We were then able to show that right-of-way on the multifamily FMDP that was approved by Planning Commission last fall and the commercial FMDP that was approved by Planning Commission 2 weeks ago. I wanted to go on record tonight as you guys are examining the full plan to expand that commitment a bit. If the right-of-way requested ends up being smaller than what we were originally looking at, and we're still happy to do the full 25 feet, even if that's not just our half. And just wanted to thank everybody again from the city and the city staff for working with us so that we were able to design around that new right-of-way, and appreciate and excited about that project. We stand ready to go ahead and give that right-of-way to the city whenever you guys are ready. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jeff Douglas. I live on East Colony Court in Mount Juliet. First of all, thank you for what you do day in and day out for our great city. I'm here because I believe these 4th-generation family farmers and others deserve more than 180 seconds for you to hear their stories. I grew up on Catalpa Drive over in that area in the 80s. I knew Mr. Ed Wilson, Benny's dad. He gave us a bushel of apples every year if my mom make applesauce. I don't know if the tree is still there, but I do know the family is. Just like the Ligon family, the Willoughby family, the Tillman Minton family, and others. Having a working farm on my own, I can relate to them and what is trying to be taken from each. I've worked beside David Minton for 10 years, building fence, baling hay, and working cattle. Not unlike each of you, these people are hardworking, God-fearing, educated people that care about others. They also know the traffic needs to flow on Pleasant Grove Road. David says that widening does not need to happen this way. Andy Barlow told News 2 the concept design aims to go around the perimeter as much as possible so they don't need to close down the road for reconstruction. As you can see in the project overview, the projected road goes not around, but through the entire perimeter on two sides. As for closing the road for reconstruction, have alternate means been considered? What about side-by-side construction and traffic, or alternating sections of construction? Or what if the road is closed to through traffic? Could the public share in the pain of development for a few months versus the loss of a section of family farms forever? Do you have accurate projections for the future traffic flows to minimize the impact on these families? Cutting the corner of the Tillman-Minton farm instead of staying on the existing roadbed only increases costs. You only have to look to the Hermitage we're all familiar with. It works there on all four 90-degree intersections. Some think the path of least resistance is farmland. However, the resistance is filling our room here tonight. What am I asking of you 5 dedicated public servants? Please find a way to meet the needs of the public and the family farmers. Please think outside the box. Please vote no on this resolution for realignment of Pleasant Grove Road. Please use your knowledge, your expertise, and all of your resources to preserve the land that's rightfully theirs through over 50 years of hard work. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Kerry Barral. I'm at 4002 Omaha Court. I'd like to read my comments to help me with time management. So first, thank you for all the hard work each of you do, including our EMT, firefighter, and police forces. We appreciate you very much. When my wife and I moved here 23 years ago, we bought a home in Triple Crown subdivision, honestly, at least in part because of the beauty of the drive on Pleasant Grove Road. And it was really remarkable 23 years ago. It's still beautiful, but it's not like it was then. And the reason it's not like it was then is because of development. So I'd like to challenge an assumption that I've heard multiple times tonight, not pointing fingers toward anyone in the crowd, but there's an assumption that developed land is better than undeveloped land. And I challenge that assumption because I don't believe that's true. And I believe part of what makes a city beautiful is undeveloped land and green space. And so I want to encourage you to think about that as part of our development plans. In other words, consider green spaces to be just as much a part of making a city beautiful as is developed land. For that matter, who are the developers, investors, and contractors that are driving these conversations and these decisions? And what is their agenda? We all know what their agenda is, and it's money, right? So we need to care about our city more than we care about developers, frankly. We need to care about our citizens more than we care about developers. So my wife and I are simply not in favor of anything that impacts the Tillman Farm and that land because we believe it's harmful to this city. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Name and address for the record, please.
Sure. My name is Doug Perry, 1108 Allison Way here in Mount Juliet. And with regard to the question about the rerouting of the Pleasant Grove Road and the effect that it'll have on the Minton Farm, the family farm, my appeal to the decision makers in this room is simply this: to be guided by the principle that you should do unto others what you would have them to do unto you. And I thank you for the recognition.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Davey Shepard. I live at 935 Pleasant Grove Road, Mount Juliet. I'm here to speak on behalf of myself and also my brother-in-law, Joey Beretta, who is now a landowner in between myself and the Tillman Farm on Pleasant Grove Road. My question, and first, as several people have done, I want to thank you for all your hard work. I understand you all do a lot, most of it, which not only unthanked, but abhorred in some way. But we appreciate you very much. You've built a wonderful city, and I'm very glad to live here. Lived here for 8 years now. This is where I've started a family, got married here, have a kid here, just built a home here. And so I'm proud to live here. I love living here as well. My question is, in the resolution, it says that it's going to follow the road as closely as possible. And I just don't see that as the case. I have issues with where the land runs. And to be quite clear, I think if it pulls off of the Tillman land, I will actually end up losing more of my land. So I'm affected, but looking at it the way it is right now, I just can't quite follow why it has to be done the way that it is drawn. It's my understanding that Commissioner Justice proposed a plan that went a little bit differently off of the Tillman land that also removed the S-turn. That is a problem. I'm understanding of that. I have never seen that plan. I attended a work meeting with a lot of people in this room where we saw 3 different plans, quote, end quote, that were really the same plan with a different sort of junction where Pleasant Grove Road meets Triple Crown. I think there was a roundabout, a stoplight, and then a version that didn't really have either. But the road was the same largely. And so I, as a citizen who lives on Pleasant Grove Road, never saw a proposal that ran the road a different way. I'm not quite understanding of why that didn't take place, which concerns me a little bit, just because I understand some conversations take place behind closed doors, but I'm uncertain as to why those types of meetings didn't. So that's just my thoughts. I understand you've got to do what you got to do. I understand progress is inevitable. I've heard the same thing. The Center Pike interchange is coming. It's coming and coming. That's been said like it's going to happen next week. The whole time that I've lived here, it hasn't happened yet. I just don't quite understand why the road needs to look the way that it's currently being proposed in the resolution tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Benjamin Reed, 5101 Citation Court. Our city commissioners have a very important role to play in our community. You are all supposed to work together to help improve the functionality of Mount Juliet in some way. You are all act as liaisons for the people who live here in Mount Juliet. You do your job well. You must have a strong knowledge of your individual districts and the needs of your citizens in those districts. Your choices and actions may benefit some citizens while appearing as a waste of money and resources to others. And that would be a hard job to have. To make the best decisions, you will need options that are beneficial to as many as possible while being fair to everyone who will be negatively affected by your choices. The widening and improving of Pleasant Grove Road may need to be done at some time, but the negative impacts need to be shared by everyone and not by the majority of one person's property. Growth is inevitable in our town, but there are many other areas of this city that would benefit everyone in a much greater manner than the Pleasant Grove project. It takes 45 minutes to get from Stewart's Ferry Road to the interstate in the morning. While you might say that the majority of this road is county controlled, you as county commissioners have approved the building of hundreds of homes and apartments without requiring the road traffic improvements to the Providence area. Old Lebanon Dirt Road is another example of poor planning. You guys have added homes without the increase of roads support and or building. The railroad tracks at Division and Mount Juliet Road need to be fixed so the traffic can flow smoothly. I understand that is a train issue, but you guys can force that issue. And they've worked on it before, and it continues to be an issue. In summary, there are many more important areas that need immediate attention to help the citizens of this area before the need to look at Pleasant Grove Road.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I'm Patricia Wilson Rivers. I own the property at 826 Pleasant Grove Road. And the reason I'm here is the first map that come out, it had the medians in there. So I know the revised from February the 27th that I got from Matthew White, it showed now it's turning lane all the way from the dealership all the way to Central Pike. That's a plus. But it's still, nothing else has changed. It's still 100% on us, and it's a drop off on that side of the road. As it was stated to me at one of the first meetings that was in here about the widening, I asked what was it going to be. They said 50-50. It's 100% on our property. And it's not just the 100%, but when you get the utilities in there to move the water lines, it will be on the other side. It will still be on us. All of them will be up closer to the house. So that's what I'm stating here tonight. They need to move the road over, align it, and y'all need to, they're saying this is a preliminary drawing. Well, something's got to be done. What are you going to do when you come to the right of ways to take care of that? Are you going to use the same drawing when you approach me to get the right of ways and for the utilities? That's what I'm asking for. And why, why is this being voted on tonight for something that's going to be 5, 8, 10 years from now? That's what I'm here for. And that's why I've been here at every one of these meetings, and I'll continue to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm David Minton. I live at 180 Tillman Drive. Am I good to go?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Live at 180 Tillman Drive, Mount Juliet, Tennessee. I'm obviously one of the members that live up there on the farm that you guys are thinking about cutting through. I'm going to start with this. I was going to end with it. And when you only have 180 seconds, you have to be quick. So I'll be quick. You need to quit treating people's farms as your own personal monopoly board. It's not fair to the people for people that try to keep green area like you talked about. And then we come in and we have these plans and we see farmland and we go, here's the path of least resistance. Let's go over here. Here's why we're here tonight. Months ago, you hired a company to come up with 3 plans or come up with some plans for widening Pleasant Grove Road. The problem is this: every plan they came up with was terrible. I mean, they're awful plans. So today we come out and what we've done is we picked the least of those awful plans and then put the plan that should have come out in the first place next to it. Okay. But nobody's in here has seen those drawings. Somebody asked earlier, we do have another one now, but they didn't put it out for anybody to see it. I don't understand that. So they finally put it in there. The reason that this has been held up and you haven't seen it is because the most dangerous area of Pleasant Grove Road, there is a house there. There is a house there. That property is owned by an investment group. Investment groups buy properties so they can sell them one day for a profit. So what you guys have tried to be avoiding is investment property that is rented by someone that was sold at auction a year ago, but it seems more important to protect an investment group's property that's going to sell than it is for a farm that's been here for 55 years. I cannot fathom how you would choose one plan like that over the other one. So now we've actually got the correct plan up, but nobody out here has seen it. I know some of you guys didn't even see it till today. I got it by accident, or I wouldn't have even known what was going on. So how we're doing this tonight without the people involved seeing that plan, I don't know.
Mr. Tillman, can you hold just a second? Commissioner Hefner, your time's up, but Commissioner Hefner has something.
Mayor, I'd like to yield my 5 minutes of Commissioner's report to Mr. Minton.
Before we do that, I want to check with the attorney. We're operating off of Chapter 2, Article 2, Section 220. Any issues? All right, we're good. Carry on, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Hefner. Thank you. My first question is, when will this project start? Do you even know that? And I think the answer that I see is it's going to start when the Central Pike interchange starts. Well, here's a problem. And I know the gentleman out here tonight was excited because he said something about it happening in 2 or 3 years. That's not happening. You guys need to quit misleading people on this. You need to quit misleading people on speeding this interchange up. I'm not going to speculate like you do. I'm going to tell you the facts. I have been in contact with TDOT as much as anybody here, and I'm just going to tell you the facts. It's 6 to 8 years out at best. Now you can speculate and you can say we've gotten letters with strong language that we can speed it up. We're spending $25 million of our own money. The only thing that you guys have done is got in a bidding war with other cities. You've effectively opened a bidding war with Murfreesboro. I know for sure Clarksville is going to kick in. So when they say they're going to give 30, are you going to give 35? Now, if anybody wants to argue with me on this 6 to 8 years, I can tell you this for a fact. From the time they start right-of-way acquisition till the time it is completed is 5 years. Now, they haven't started right-of-way acquisition. You know how I know that? Because I'm the guy they've got to talk to, and I haven't been contacted. So let's please quit misleading people and giving them false hope that we're going to speed up a Central Pike interchange. It's not fair. It's not fair to do that. I'm going to move on to another topic. Do I have a timer still up, or is somebody just looking at their stopwatch?
I've got you written down to 6:55.
All right.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
7:55. We don't have a 5-minute timer.
So if the answer is we don't know when it's going to start, again, I don't know why we're voting on this tonight. I don't understand the rush on pushing a vote on something that's 6 to 8 years out. Half of y'all may not be here for whatever reason. I don't think you need to make a decision for the next group of people that are going to be in here. The map that came out today that nobody has seen had figures on it that I've seen first. The cost of improving Pleasant Grove Road, which is 1.1 miles from start to finish, 1.1 miles, $45 million. $45 million. I'm not sure that the Golden Bear Gateway costs $45 million. Do we really want to spend $45 million on that? Especially if we're going to try to give TDOT $25 million to just speed up an interchange, money that they would eventually use out of their pockets instead of ours. That's $70 million that we're talking about now. And I understand that we're giving other people money to bring their business to us. I don't know why we would need to buy a business to come to Mount Juliet, but that seems to be what's happening. If they finally put the map up tonight, and I hope they do, you'll see a blue one and a red one. The red one is the one that will effectively be the beginning of the end for our property. So all you guys that tell us how beautiful it is, how much you enjoy going by there, that will be the beginning of the end if this happens. Are we really considering spending $45 million to improve 1.1 miles of a country road? I sure hope not. Another thing that they have on there, and it'll be made public, and I don't like talking about this stuff, one of the guesses that they put on there was cost per acre, and that was $120,000 to purchase right away from the farm. I don't know who came up with that, but that's not in the ballpark of what that land is worth, and that's not my opinion. That's professionals looking at it. Okay, that's professionals looking at it. The other thing that's real deceiving about it is they're going to, if they put it up tonight, I don't know why they wouldn't. If they don't need to vote on it. But they're going to try to convince people that it will be cheaper to buy our farm and create a new road than it will be to widen the existing road. They're going to say it's $1 million cheaper to do it. There's no way. First of all, the only realigning starts when it gets to the farm. If they'll put the map up, it stays on the existing road, stays on the existing road. Here's some farmland. Let's jut over there. and then it comes back to the normal road. So of the 1.1 miles, the only half mile that they're coming off of and can't widen, but they've got to realign, is when they get to farmland. I would like to hear that explained tonight. I hope somebody will do that. What I'm asking, I'm not asking for you to defer it. What I'm asking for you to do is go back to the drawing board. That's what needs to happen here. You came up with 3 bad plans. You picked the least bad of the 3, put them up to the plan that should be, but nobody knows anything about it. I don't even think some of the commissioners had copies of that until tonight. So what I'm asking, and I appreciate your time, and I know I get a little fired up about this stuff, but when you're raising your grandkids somewhere and you don't want to get a big check when you can, you just want them to have that quality of life, and somebody threatens that, and that's what's happening tonight. It's being threatened. You get a little emotional about it. My wife could not be here tonight because she was riding ponies up there since she was 4 years old. And the fact of the vote that's taking place here tonight scares her to death. Please don't vote on something that's not going to happen for 6 to 8 years tonight. If there's ever been a time to pump the brakes and come up with a good plan, this is it. Thank you.
Order, please. Thank you, sir, for your comments. Anyone else for citizen comments? All right, seeing none, we will close citizen comments and move to commissioner reports and comments. This time, I'll recognize our Vice Mayor Trivett.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, congratulations to the boys basketball middle school team there. Obviously, they were here before the meeting kicked off. Great job to them. And thank you for the families that came out tonight. And also the families that have been calling me this week and a little bit of last week. I know I was supposed to meet up with a couple family members this week, and I made it out to the property, but our times did not make it, so my apologies. I'd also like to apologize to everyone for missing last meeting. Unfortunately, this entire board up here all does work full time, and we all tend to have emergencies with our other jobs that we all take in. So my apologies. I guess what I'm going to try and do is stay under my 5 minutes because there's a couple things that I'm a little frustrated about. Obviously, there's been a lot of family members that came in here with the BOC meeting. They also came in with the planning meeting. And then, of course, this board up here went ahead and changed the vote when I was gone. So, and we talk about growth tonight. They've talked about safety. They've talked about projects coming, slowing down growth and so forth. But I'm going to kind of recap on some of these things just so I can make sure that my constituents know my frustration up here when things get changed last minute. When it comes down to it, obviously development is very important. Okay. When development comes in, we want the best for our end users, which is our citizens. Okay. When our citizens ask for certain things, that's the market, right? So if we tend to get into a situation where we tend to kind of water things down, we don't get that good product. And that's why, once we start, watering things down just because it doesn't fit, then we run into problems. So as I get into this, I'm going to recap on some highlights here. No space, nothing can be refigured, limited space, cost for developers, cost for the end users, bathhouse and safety cost. These were just some of the highlights, that I was going back and watching last meeting. So we look at townhomes. So in my district, on the end of Willoughby Station and Hickory Hills, we have many townhomes. And the biggest challenge that we tend to have, which is we have 2 very large communities, 750 plus homes, 660 plus homes. And these amenities are overburdened with surrounding communities. And what we find is that, new homeowners that move in the area tend to think that these are city parks. And what happens is it then becomes a burden back on the HOAs to hire police officers to then monitor and babysit other students. Believe me, I'm for 2 things that I always drive on: safety and things for our kids to do. Those are two things that I've always talked to every developer that comes sits with me, talks about what they're going to be bringing to this city, what kind of projects, what can we do for our students? What can we do for our first responders? Our fire chief, our police chief, I'm always asking them, hey, what can we do to make sure we have the best technology, the best training, the best officers? These are things that I'm always passionate about. Okay. What I'm not passionate about is when developers are coming in and basically giving us what they want. Okay. There was this plan that came out over on South Green Hills and Lebanon Road, which was for some townhomes. And the developer, the biggest challenge, which was the developer did not want to do any road improvements. And after this board kept pushing and pushing and pushing, finally they gave in. Now we ask I'm not going to say every, but let's just say 9 out of 10 developments that come in here to do some type of road improvements. Every one of these board members up here has asked for that. Why? Because this is exactly what our citizens are wanting. They want road improvements. We want to put the horse before the cart. That's what some gentlemen actually reached out to me and talked about today. This community, this development basically was asked by me to simply add in a small pool, maybe a basketball court, maybe a small little community center so they can have their HOA meetings. That's all. I'm not asking for anything big, but simple things to be, asking for the end users to be able to have some type of products. Because if not, what they're going to do, they're going to go down to the Willoughby stations, the Hickory Hills, and look for other communities to help run into. Now, I get it. There's a cost. Okay. I sat down with the developer multiple times. I heard about the HOA dues, and they're giving me proprietary numbers. And the problem that I'm seeing here is, again, they're throwing out the numbers that they don't want to spend out of their profits. Okay. So again, the people that are in my district that are going to be burdened from this, because I'm right on the borderline. This used to be in my district. Now it's been transferred with some of the new lines. But the problem with all of this, it boils down to, I know I got one more minute left. I'm keeping track as well. Oh, am I over? Okay. Well, I'll kind of wrap this up. My problem is that, I'm looking for a product. I'm looking for a good product. And this commission up here, some of these board members may go ahead and challenge me, but I'm telling you tonight, there is actually what it is that we're about to approve another 750 plus units that I'm not in favor of either. And I'm just trying to make these points out here because, again, I'm going to keep driving this until I can give a good product for the end users. Mayor, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. With that, we'll recognize our District 4 Commissioner, Commissioner Mullally.
Oh. All right. Try to get through this. My newsletter goes out Friday, if not Friday, Saturday. The last Wednesday, don't look at my glasses. The arm broke off. Last Wednesday, it was Day on the Hill at the Capitol Hill, and the chamber had an event where the chamber had a Day on the Hill. So I signed up and went with the chamber. It was a great time. We rode the train into Nashville and walked over there and met with a lot of people. A lot of people came in and talked and had her picture made and that kind of thing. Then we had a history tour, which was very cool. I would recommend anyone. I don't know if they do that on Wednesdays once a month or every week. I'm not sure. But anyway, I would recommend anyone if you haven't done it. It's very, very interesting. I learned a lot. And then just prayers and thoughts go out for the Covenant School, the victims and the families there. And also in Mississippi with these storms that came through, because I'm from Mississippi, Cleveland, Mississippi, and it's about, I don't know how many miles on the map. It looked maybe 50 miles south of that between that and Jackson. So that was pretty close. Anyway, keeping them in our thoughts and prayers as well. That's all.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next up, we'll recognize Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to say that yesterday was actually a really wonderful day. Today started out really great until I heard the news. Some of you probably have heard about it and what happened in Nashville. And I will tell you that it was probably one of the saddest days. I remember the Parkland shootings and Columbine. You know, a lot of you will remember that. But those were hundreds and hundreds of miles away from us. So it was almost like it was another place that we didn't have connection to. Today, evil came to Middle Tennessee, and that breaks my heart. It worries me and makes me extremely sad. And with that, I would ask that we pray, do everything in our power to keep our world sane, keep evil and bad things away from our kids and our community. The one thing, the very most important thing that we as city commissioners, mayor and vice mayor up here, is the safety of our community. Now, I say the community, I'm saying the community that is Mount Juliet, not the city of Mount Juliet. That community is a lot of people, a lot of lives, and the city limits is just a geographical line. It's our hearts. It's our souls, a lot of us. So you pray, you put your hands up, you stop it, you do anything you can do to protect your kids and the people that live here in this city. And that's what our number one job is to do, is provide that safety. So I'm going to ask, and by the way, I will say this to Chief Hambrick. I want to thank him for actually bringing that up in his prayers. And it should be in all of our prayers as we continue through the night and in the upcoming days. Pray for the families that were affected by this, and ask God to protect them. Those kids that were there that survived it, some of them are going to have to deal with this for many, many years to come. I would also ask that you pray for the police officers and the firefighters that had to go into that carnage. I can tell you from experience that what they saw is not anything that they want to see, but they will continue to see for many years to come. So please include them in your prayers as well. While we're praying, I would also spoke to some of you saw last night on American Idol, Oliver Steele, who was our Mount Juliet resident. His father and I graduated high school same time. We played guitar together for many, many years, and he's one of the finest people. He's actually very very inspirational to me. And his name is Toby Steele, and Toby was able to be on the American Idol show, and I was so happy to see him. Talking to Oliver just a few minutes before this meeting started, he said to let me know that his dad was actually in the hospital. So I'd ask for prayers for Toby also. He's battling some health issues. And we hope that Oliver goes way down the line into the American Idol to the point where he wins. And so there's something else to pray for, and that's a good thing. And that's what I saw on TV last night. And I was so proud of Oliver and Toby as they represented Mount Juliet. So I've got to say this too. I was really impressed that the woman came to our meeting who had lived here for 2 months and started lecturing us on growth. I mean, that woman's got she's got guts. Bless her heart, you know. And on that, I'm just going to leave it. I'll go ahead, Mayor.
Oh, now you give the floor back to me. Okay. All right. I get some people to thank troops 911, 934, and 1015. I thank them for invitation to speak, and of course, Cloyd's Cumberland Presbyterian Church. I got to speak to a group there. I appreciate the invitation. I see some folks out there now, and it was got to offer a proclamation to First Baptist Church as they do their expansion out there. They've been through the church has been through a lot. With the tornadoes that hit, they were in the process of doing their expansion before then, and it kind of got, I guess you can say, more complicated as they moved along. Also, Walk Across Wilson, that's one that's in progress. Green Hills, the Arts Gala. I gotta say, there's a lot of talent here at the Green Hill High School with the groups there, and of course, Mr. Justice, Miss Mister, and Mr. Oliver Stone. Oliver Steele. Wrong show. American Idol, Mr. Oliver Steele, he was on there. And I would encourage you to do everything you can to support him and his efforts. And it's just like the Arts Gala. It's amazing the level of talent that we have out there. And then just this Saturday, an invitation to speak with the Wilson County Conservative Republicans group. Back at the last Planning Commission, we did a proclamation for Mr. Phil Smart for his services. I just wanted to mention that tonight. And then before the meeting, the Mount Juliet Middle School boys basketball team did a proclamation for them honoring their season that they had. So I was able to also attend Leadership Middle Tennessee, heard from the TDOT director on for the great things that they have going on in the state. I will appreciate the folks that asked the question, what's on the plans and what's on the agenda for Mount Juliet. We've got some good things, exciting coming for us. I know there's a lot of people that I guess naysayers on the timing of everything, but we'll see how that pans out with it. The police department, I got to attend their meeting. We have a very proactive police department out here. Our Guardian Shield program, 95% of the folks that they take off the streets are outside of the city limits of Mount Juliet. So that speaks to the efforts that they have going on it and their proactive approach. Found out the department makes the most amount of arrests of any department inside of Wilson County. So that's proactive policing. At the same time, we're seeing crimes against persons down 10%, property crimes down 20% over the last year. So Mount Juliet's going in the right direction. And thank the Senior Citizens Board for letting me sit in a few minutes on their board meeting as well that night. And I got to mention the events that happened today, and I know it's near and dear to many of you's hearts. That's what's happened with Covenant School in Nashville. And, evil is real, and we can't always understand the things that happen, but I would just encourage everyone to remember them, remember the first responders, the families in your prayers. It's not as me as a husband of a teacher and 2 children that are in the school systems. It's not something that I can easily have many thoughts and not wonder back to what those families are going through. The parents, the spouses, everyone that was involved, and the first responders, the nurses, the doctors on that. So I just encourage you to do everything that you can to remember them, consider them in your prayers. There will be a candlelight, a prayer vigil tomorrow night at 6:30. It's going to be held here outside the clock tower, just at the corner of Division and Mount Juliet Road. And I would invite you, as long everyone that's here in attendance and along with the community, to come out here. Everyone's Wilson is, I believe, sponsoring or organizing this event. But it's just, to me, it's really important that we as a community come together at this time and remember and say a prayer for those that were involved with that. And that's going to conclude my comments. I'm going to recognize our city manager, Mr. Kenny Martin.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. I'd like to personally say thank you to everybody that's in the room tonight and those watching at home. The locals that are in the room, thank you for all your comments tonight. For somebody to serve this community for 33 years, that means a lot to me personally. For our guests, from a lot of folks in the room tonight or from out of state that have interest in Mount Juliet as well, and what they've got to see tonight is government at its best. It's transparent. It's where you get to see it all. You open up each person and share your heart and your thoughts of how you feel. And I want to thank everybody in this room for sacrificing and being away from your families tonight, because you're here because you care, or you're here because it's part of your job. So in light of what's happened today and over the weekend, I'll keep my comments real simple and just encourage you to embrace those that you love, because life is the most precious thing we all possess. And that concludes my report. It looks like we're having a temporary recess.
No, it's, I'm
Oh,
going to
you
go
got
ahead
it?
and handle.
Oh,
Yeah,
you got it?
absolutely.
Okay, sorry about that.
No. Thank you, City Manager. We'll go ahead and move on over to 11-1, the resolution, a resolution to authorize the fire department to sign an agreement and present this resolution as intended to purchase 2 fire trucks to lock in current market pricing. Is there a motion?
Motion. Second.
And now I'll hand it back over to the mayor.
You're doing a wonderful job. So we have the resolution on the table. Is there any other questions, comments, or discussion on this item? All right, hearing none, all in favor of 11-1, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That carries by a 4 in favor, none opposed, and 1 absent. So with that, we'll move on to our next item, which is our unfinished consent agenda items. I have, well, let's see here. We have, looks like 4 items on consent and a plan of services. There's no objection. I'll read the plan of services with the consent items. Hearing no objection, I'll read all 4 of those on for the record here. And we have 8-1, an ordinance to amend the land use plan for the property known as McFarland Farms located at 5238, 5266, 5404, and 0 Lebanon Road, map 77, parcel 23, 22, 22.01, 22.03 from Town Center mixed use and Parks and Greenway to Town Center and Parks and Greenway. 8-2, an ordinance to annex into the corporate boundaries of the city of Mount Juliet, approximately 63 acres, property known as McFarland Farms, 5238, 5266, and 5404 Old Lebanon Dirt Road, map 77, parcel 22, 22.01, 22.03, and located within the city's urban growth boundary. 8-3, an ordinance to rezone approximately 112 acres of the property at 5238, 5266, 5404, and 0 Old Lebanon Dirt Road, map 77, parcel 23, 22, 22.01, 22.03 from CTC PUD AR40 and Wilson County R1 to CTC PUD and to adopt the preliminary master development plan for McFarland Farms. The 4th one is an ordinance of the city of Mount Juliet to amend the Mount Juliet City Code, Section 219, times and place of meetings. Then we have Resolution 1, which is resolution adopting the plan of services for the property known as McFarland Farms located at 5238, 5266, and 5404 Old Lebanon Dirt Road, map 77, parcel 22, parcel 2201, 2203 in Wilson County, Tennessee, located within the city's urban growth boundary. Motion, and I'll second. Any questions or comments on the consent agenda? Yes, Commissioner Mullany.
Just confirming that the, in McFarland, the townhome driveways are 22 feet minimum, that they did, 2-car width, they did not get the waiver. Correct, okay. That's all.
Okay. Commissioner Hefner.
How is this on consent? I voted against this. Things don't get added to consent unless it's a unanimous vote.
Mistake looking at the previous minutes.
I think what may have happened is the annexation and land use was unanimous, but the preliminary master development plan was not unanimous.
Correct.
I'll make a motion, I think, to streamline this, to divide that one from the consent agenda.
Yep, that's fine. I'll second.
Got a second? All in favor of reading the preliminary master development plan separately from the consent agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're back on the consent agenda minus, well, minus 8-3. All right, any other questions on the other consent agenda items?
So will that get moved to unfinished business?
We'll,
Second reading?
we'll just read it after consent.
Gotcha.
Any other questions on the 1, 2, 3, 4 items that are on consent? All right. All in favor of the consent agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that consent agenda carries. We're back on 8.3, and I will read it for the record again. 8.3, an ordinance to rezone approximately 112 acres of property at 5238, 5266, 5404, and 011 Dirt Road, map 77, parcel 23, 22, 2201, 2203, from CTC PUD, AR 40, and Wilson County R1 to CTC PUD, and to approve and to adopt the preliminary master development plan for McFarland Farms. Have a motion? And a second. 8.3 is on the table.
You want to go?
Vice Mayor?
So I just wanted to check in with Mr. Barlow. Mr. Barlow, do we have confirmation if the developer is going to be improving the road all the way up to Division?
Got it. Okay. I'm on. Thank you. So in some discussions here about this, what we try to get to is, and we try to go through and capture some of this. I try to write some of this down. So the developer, in keeping with a lot of what we've done previously, has been discussed about $5,000 per unit on contributions toward additional road improvements, basically above the basic requirements. And so what we looked at, we took that as a start. They have done a lot of offsite or enhanced development type of work that they're already doing, basically from Mount Juliet Road all the way through there. So some credit given toward that based on some engineering estimates that came to about $3,450 per residential unit, which would leave about $1,550 basically that's unaccounted for that they've agreed to. So there's an additional, basically over and above what we've already discussed, an additional $1,550. And so that could be, we have had several projects come through, Amazon, Project Jolene. This could, and my recommendation would be to start to put this toward East Division Street. Alternately, I think if we talked about some level of a reconstruction, adequate lane width between the end of this project and East Division, that would cover that, and we probably would still have a little bit left over to go toward East Division Street. And so there's a possibility that could be done, but I'll just leave it to the hands of this board as far as your decision. They have agreed to commit to that, and so I think that we have that in the hand. It's just a matter of where we want to apply it.
So I guess there's been no discussion with Jones Brothers on adding any additional road improvements. Is that correct then?
No, the idea would be everything would be within the right of way.
And obviously, as you know, as you discussed on this last conversation on the last meeting, which was if the city does any road improvements, it's going to take much longer.
Mm-hmm.
And if we ask the developer to go ahead and do this improvement, it's going to be, much sooner. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes. Mm-hmm.
And nothing's been changed from last meeting to this meeting except for the amount. Now we just asked another developer to commit to 7,500. Why is it changed from 75 to 5,000 on this one for such a large project?
Well, so the other project, it was 5,000, and then somehow, some way, I'll be honest with you, I'm not really sure the math of how we got to the 75. It was 75, and then a credit was given back. So basically, they offered up the 5,000 is what it was. So I was operating based off of what we had discussed on numerous other projects, South Green Hill project, and everything else that we talked about on Providence Central, that the 5,000 was the target. Same, a lot of other PUDs that we've discussed in the past year to 2 years has been at that number.
Okay. And for the residents, just so they understand my concern, this is one of the projects that I was concerned about, the 750 units where the road is not going to be as efficient. Obviously, we are closing one road down, I believe, and making it a one-way.
Yes,
and then,
one
of
way.
course,
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. This is one reason why I'm not going to be voting for it. So just want to go ahead and make that public. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Hefner.
Thanks, Mayor. I think I've been pretty consistent from the Planning Commission to the first reading and now the second. It's too much. It's too fast and it's too soon. East Division Street is, if not the most dangerous road in Mount Juliet, it's certainly one of the top most dangerous roads. You have certain areas of that stretch that drop off 20 to 25 feet with zero shoulder. Now that the Costco cat is out of the bag, we all know the big box retailer that's going to be going out on Golden Bear Parkway, which is going to add additional traffic on East Division Street. This is a good project, but it is too soon. It's too early. I appreciate all their efforts and contributions made, but I would like to see this come back in about 3 to 4 years, at least till we have some visibility or timing when the improvements are going, much needed improvements are going to be made to East Division Street. Cannot support this. It's too dangerous of a road. We've got, again, the largest road construction company that is ironically on East Division Street that runs their heavy equipment, road equipment, which is quite large, up and down that road. If you've ever driven down East Division Street to Golden Bear and you pass one of those 18-wheelers or one of those those heavy equipment haulers, it's not when, it's not if, it's when we're going to have major fatalities. And by adding a 600+ residential development without consideration of the much needed road improvements that need to be done first, rather than at some point down the road, to me, it's reckless. I think this can wait. I'd like to see it postponed until we have at least some clear sight into when those road improvements on East Division Street are going to be made. So I can't support it. It's a public safety concern. I run up and down that road with my car. I don't jog up and down that road. It'd be suicide. But I do drive up and down that road. And I know a lot of other family members that do and will when Costco comes in. So we have to think about the roads before we start approving these developments, because they come in a lot faster than we can develop roads.
Commissioner Justice.
I think that ship's done sailed. That one too. I've got to tell you, growing up in this area over here, and I remember at one point jumping into a canoe in the middle of the parking lot in the Valley Center. There's pictures of that, by the way. And then, what was it, 3 years ago? I think it was that we had the flood over there 2 years ago. Okay, my time gets away from us. And I remember wiping the Valley Center out to a large degree, shut down a lot of the businesses over there. What I look at is the effort that this developer has made to come into the center of town. It attaches to a 5-lane highway, by the way. I can't think of a better, unless you want to put the interstate through the middle of Mount Juliet. Yeah, you got an opportunity for the traffic to come out Old Lebanon Dirt Road, get onto a 5-lane highway and go to the interstate and then go over to Golden Bear. It's an opportunity. If people are afraid to drive on East Division Street, they should stay off of East Division Street. It's a matter of choice. What I look at here, though, is an opportunity to eliminate, to a large degree, maybe not to 100%, but to a large degree, eliminate the flooding issue that we've got that wiped out and has wiped out not only the Valley Center, but the city center and some other businesses up and down that roadway. From the time that center was built, we've had floods. And it's taken tax dollars away from us every time that's happened. We do depend on our sales tax. So an opportunity for a nice development attached to a 5-lane state highway going to the interstate. Yeah, it's a lot. But if we're going to do a lot, we're going to have high density it's under these conditions that the high density should take place. As we get farther away from the infrastructure, that's where the low density takes place. And that's his planning 101. Been doing this for a long time, and it's kind of the way it works. So I'm going to support this and look forward to the changes that they make that eliminates the flooding issues that we've got and have had for a long time. Looking forward to that. Looking forward to the development. I'm looking forward to the retail and the sales tax dollars that are going to come to the center of Mountain Juliet. We've been approving the high density along this corridor the entire time. And I don't know why we're going to change now. So I will be supporting this.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Commissioner Lilly.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Justice. This development is bringing a lot of road improvements on Old Lebanon Dirt Road. Very nice. They're also doing improvements at the intersection that is badly needed. And again, on the flooding issues, Andy predicts it's going to be a major improvement to help with the Valley Center and others that are affected there. Excuse me. And of course, they are going to connect to the Greenway, which will go under the road that will connect to Robinson Park. So when these decisions are very hard. When you're up here, they're very hard because, you listen to the public and you have to weigh out the pros and cons of the development. And what I look at is the benefits to the city. This development is bringing a lot of benefits to the city and things that you may not realize. So to me, I did support it first reading. This second reading, I will support it here as well because of the benefits that they're bringing with it. The road improvements they're bringing along their property and with the intersection, that's a part of the conditions. The road improvements that were further discussed, which will be beyond their property toward East Division, those are for off-site, which is voluntary. We can't require those. They're voluntary. The developer is voluntarily doing those. But here's my concern with that. All of that is going to basically be dumping asphalt. It's not going to be a road widening. It's going to be a dumping of asphalt, like where there's no shoulder in periodic spots all the way to East Division. That's what they're talking about. There's a limited amount of money for that. And I'm trying real hard not to cough. Andy, how much of that? And I heard a figure, was it somewhere around $150 for $150,000 of that 1,500 that you were talking about for the asphalt. And the thing about putting the asphalt in, it doesn't last. It will crack and break and chip off and whatever. So how much of that money is going to have to be chipped away at as far as right away and all that extra stuff that's got to come out of that money?
Yeah, I think that's a worthwhile discussion. One of the things I would say as far as what we would want to see that be done is an example that we in our own Public Works Department did on East Hill Street. We anticipated the connection of Linwood Station that's eventually going to come. If you drive out on Clemens Road, you can see it under construction. The East Hill Street is going to connect through that development between Mount Juliet Road and Clemens Road. And so what we did, East Hill Street right here by City Hall, by our office, it was about 19 feet wide total. That's about all it was. We went as part of a repaving. It needed to be repaved. We went through and actually with our contractor, they dug out and widened it. I think it was about 3 feet altogether is what we ended up with. So we ended up with two 11-foot lanes all the way through. So if you go on, if you go look at maybe some old street view, look at some old aerial images, you can see the differences in what we did to try to help and with it some at least decent shoulders. That's the idea of it. It would be more than just $150,000. That would probably be more like a repaving to actually do a little bit of additional full depth work, at least just a few feet on the sides. It's probably be $400,000 or $500,000 of that. So to answer your question, I think, the idea of what they would have remaining is going to be over $1 million per unit with these number of units. I mean, the unit count adds up. And so you'd have a little over $1 million. You could take all of it towards East Division. You could say, well, I want you to do the same improvements, reconstruction more or less on Old Lebanon Dirt Road between this project and East Division. And that would probably take up, let's say, roughly half of that number. And so I guess it's a worthwhile discussion as far as what we would want to see. Do we want to see the road basically improved between Mount Juliet Road and Division? I think that's a worthwhile discussion to be had. Alternately, we're trying to get money as much as we can on East Division. And to Commissioner Hefner's point, the money that we've collected thus far, almost $7 million from Amazon, believe it's $1 million or maybe around that from Project Jolene. That's enough money. So we've got survey. You've probably seen survey crews on East Division over the past month. We're working on trying to get the design next. And there's a possibility that we could go ahead and maybe start to do some improvements by the right of way and maybe at least have a safer roadway on East Division. I think that money would cover that, at least have something safe. So I think there could be some safety improvements to help that. So I think you could take it's bird in the hand versus two in the bush. You could take the improvement with the project and have that done now. That's faster, that's sooner. And then have the remaining funds. I think there would be remaining funds left out of that. Then the remainder, I would recommend go to East Division Street.
Because basically what they're doing is putting asphalt along the side of the road, not creating new shoulders for the full stretch. It's going to be in certain spots, right, where there's drop-offs.
It would be the whole length. It would be a consistent, probably about 2 to 3 foot addition to the roadway width for the whole length.
Okay. All right. So what I was wondering was, since that money would kind of be chipped away at for, right away and whatever, would it be better to apply the whole thing toward East Division? That was the reason for my question.
Yeah. And I think that's worthwhile. And I think I would leave it to this board for discussion. I could take either one, honestly. It would be nice to at least have the entire road improved from one roadway to another. So you've had the entire length improved as part of this development. I think that's a big plus. Honestly, I think that would be fantastic. We don't know when the project to the east could ever develop. It's all part of the larger Jones Brothers land. So there's no way of knowing if or when it ever would. So like I say, that's the bird in the hand. The two in the bush is that you take that and apply it all to East Division for something a little bit further out in the future.
Okay. That's all. Okay.
I think the question was about asphalt on just being laid to widen the road versus asphalt being laid on proper substrate. And if
I would recommend the latter.
Yes, but did the money support the latter?
Yes, it does.
Okay. That's what we're getting at. Does anybody have anything on the planning portion of this? Okay, I'm talking about the ordinance. Any planning? Right, talking about planning. Okay. All right. Commissioner Hefner?
You'd mentioned the road improvements. Do you have a timeline when those road improvements are going to be completed?
As part of this project? So there's some confusion, I think, from when this came to the Planning Commission. Public Work Comment 2F says all offsite improvements be completed prior to the first CO. However, I think it's under the heading just for Old Lebanon Dirt Road, basically in the area of the project. I think there's some clarification that needs to be made there. From talking with the development team, basically, and it's in our packets as far as the I could probably go into phasing a little bit more, but lion's share of everything, I think, from Mount Juliet Road, they're good with doing everything from Mount Juliet Road all the way through their phase one portion of the single family townhome area prior to the first CO of the entire development. So that's a, I don't know the length of footage, but that's a very substantial length. And I would say probably that covers 2/3, maybe 3/4 of their project frontage. And then the remaining piece further to the east could be done at the same time. It'd be more economical for the development team. But I think that would at least need to be done by half build up of the townhome and single family. So that's that one. I think so. Cedar Drive would need to be, so you've got the commercial / apartment section. That would have to be done prior to any COs for that section for Cedar Drive, which is the part immediately behind Valley Center. And so absent of that, if the single family townhome gets going first, we'd want to see that done at least by half build out of that as well.
So is that captured?
Yes. Well, I have some language that could capture this more clearly.
Okay.
We could discuss a lot here, and I actually have some copies I can hand out if y'all would like to see that. Additionally, I did want to talk about it. We talked at the last meeting about the capturing for them to detain for the 100-year storm. And additionally, I mentioned at the last meeting, they're going to have to do some cut fill modification in the floodplain, but they have committed to cut an additional 4,000 feet plus of volume from the floodplain. Basically, in layman's terms, that translates to about 30,000 gallons. So I've got that in there. Yes, a reduction in volume. Yes, that's correct.
I thought we changed that at the planning commission to a 500-year flood.
So
every time it rains, it's a 100-year flood event.
So we talked about that, and at the last meeting, it was tossed around the idea. So our base code requirement's 25. We wanted to elevate it to the 100 at a minimum, and we wanted to discuss the concept of the 500. So with where their ponds are at, it's sort of a trade-off. You could detain for the 500, but that's going to take away some of their availability to do additional floodplain cut. My recommendation, take the extra floodplain cut because that's going to cover more area than just this one development. That's going to help give some better floodplain storage, which immediately helps more downstream. I think that's
so. Was that removed? Was that a condition? That was a condition I put on at the planning commission.
It never
when was that removed?
Well, I don't know, but we did not have it. It wasn't captured in what we have in the ordinance. It's nowhere to be found in the ordinance as it sits right now. I did want to make sure we at least captured it, but I did not have the 500.
He's got some red line version here to get things.
So I track changes to try to capture all this stuff, and these are just assorted discussions that we've had. We've talked about the floodplain, we've talked about the detention and everything. And I can, if you'll give me a second, I can hand these to everybody here so that y'all got.
Can you hand those out? And that's why I ask if there's anything for planning. If not, we could just move on to these public works proposed changes.
Oh, appreciate it.
And it's a lot to this. All right, I'm going to start off. I think. Let's see. We've got public works comments based on the on what's captured in the agenda here, or actually on here, which is on the ordinance is F under 2F, and there's a replacement of the language on there, and I'll just start at the top of the page. I'm going to make a motion to accept this. And it says it's crossing out all offsite improvements be completed prior to the first certificate of occupancy of the development. And the suggested language is all improvements to Old Lemon Dirt Road from Mount Juliet Road to the eastmost intersection with Road C to be completed prior to the first certificate of occupancy of the development. The improvements to the east shall be completed at by 50% of build out of the townhomes and single family section. So I'll offer that as a motion. I think it'll be the quickest way. All right, we have a second. Any questions or comments on this change? All right, all in favor of this amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The First Amendment carries. I'll read the the second one on here, which is, there is a B on here now to be, they're adding a C under 3. Currently under item 3, there's an A and a B, but we're adding a C. The C is improvements to Cedar Drive shall be completed prior to any certificate of occupancy in the commercial apartment section, or by 50% of build out of the townhomes and single family section, whichever comes first. Motion second on this one. And Commissioner Hefner, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Or by 50% built out of the townhomes. What if the single family in the townhomes never gets developed? Do we have a timeline of when that is going to be started or completed?
So in the phasing plan of the plan that was provided as part of the PUD, phase 1A is partially single family and partially townhomes. From a logistic standpoint, this section is out of any floodplain area, so it is the easiest for them to get started on. My general assumption based on current market and based on the constraints of the site, the townhome and the single family are going to be first. They're going to come first. And so the commercial, and which is phase 1C, the commercial and apartment section, they're going to have to go through some map revisions with FEMA to get that done, and then do the cut fill and then get that certified before they can do anything. So that's going to trail behind any single family and townhome by a good bit, I'm going to say.
Okay.
All right, any other questions or comments on this one? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? I believe that passed as well, 5-0. The Second Amendment. The third here is found under Part 5 of the Public Works comments. We're striking the language in Part A and replacing it with widen and provide minor reconstruction between the site and adding turning lane to provide at least 11-foot wide travel lanes with traversable shoulders. The Part B is stricken.
That was redundant.
And now we're relettering the item that is C to B to be consistent with our lettering on this. A motion and a second. Any questions or comments on this? All in favor of the Third Amendment, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Not seeing any opposition. I'm going to record that as 5-0. Sorry. And the next item under Public Works comments, number 7, looks like we are striking number 7 and replacing renumbering 8 as 7 and adding the language. It's 8 currently reads as provide aeration for wet storm water ponds if applicable, and then added all ponds shall meet detainment for 100-year storm plus 1 foot of freeboard. I'll make that as a motion to renumber 8 as 7 and to strike 7 and add the language to what will be renumbered as 8. All right, have a second. And did I confuse you?
I want to get a little clearer on 1 foot freeboard.
It's a great question, Commissioner Justice. That's a safety factor. And to Commissioner Hefner's comment about the 500-year, basically what our current code reads is all ponds have to detain for the 25 and have a 1 foot freeboard, which means it has to detain for the 100. Am I right, Shane, Matt, on that? Yes. So this would mean if we're detaining for the 100, then plus a foot, it's going to cover the 500 as far as 500 is going to be contained within the pond. So it gives you that safety factor. So it's 100 plus.
100 plus and add a foot.
Mm-hmm.
What does that do to the development? Does that help the development, or does it change
No,
the development?
they've understood the comment and are in concurrence.
So instead of a 70-foot hole, they need to dig 120-foot hole?
So the difference between a 25 and 100-year storm is not as great as you would think. The volume isn't as dramatic as you would think. So it might mean it's slightly larger of a pond. Yeah. Percent wise, it's pretty small.
Does it take away from where it needs to be or add to it?
No, it does not. Mm-mm.
One way or the other?
No, sir.
I have a hard time sometimes because you told me one time it wasn't a big difference. It was just, there was $15 million and $20 million. It wasn't a large issue. And so I wound up picking myself up off the floor when you said that. Okay.
Any other questions or comments? All in favor of the Fourth Amendment, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That carries a 5-0 vote. The next three items on here are not captured in the current ordinance. So we struck the existing 8. So the next item on here by addition would be a new number 8, which states developer agrees to cut an additional 4,000 cubic feet of volume from the floodplain as a result of floodplain mitigation. I'll make that as a motion. Second, any questions or comments on that one? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries. Next one is 9, which is an addition. All roads within the single family and townhome sections are to be public except for Road A alley. Total public roads center line length is approximately 11,900 feet. And there's a part A to that. Variance to allow front loaded garages on access streets only granted for Road B and Road F. I'll make that as a motion to be adopted. Have a second. Any questions or comments on that? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That one carries as well. And the last addition that's being proposed here, which is number 10, and off-site transportation contributions, which is part A. Developer agrees to contribute a contribution of $5,000 per residential unit. B, developer receives a credit of $3,450 toward the contribution as a result of the off-site work plus improvements to Old Lebanon Dirt Road in the area of the project based on the preliminary engineering estimates. And then a part, which is, well, I'll stop there and we'll pick up the last one. I'll make that as a motion and a second. Any questions or comments on the contributions? Commissioner Hefner?
I see a credit, 3,450. How did we come up with that number?
Good question on that one. So what we tried to do was take whatever they've done that's basically over and above, take the offsite stuff. There are additional improvements to Old Lebanon Dirt Road going to a full width section on there. They're doing the median section in there as well, which was requested by staff. That was in conjunction with planning and engineering together on that one. And so we took a look at those things, basically everything over and above. I'll call it the PUD asks, that everything was tallied together based on the estimate. We were sent the engineering estimate. It was very, very well defined as far as it was per item numbers. And so it was basically, we took a look at it, checked it. Everything seemed to make logical sense on it. And so we vetted that at the staff level. Of course, you could probably pick that apart all day long, I'm sure, but I think it's for our purposes, it met what we were looking for. And so when we added that number up, basically you take the number of units, multiply it by that number, and that was approximately what they came up with.
Follow-up question. Sorry. Old Lebanon Dirt Road, are we talking about the road in front of the development, or are we talking about somewhere else?
So a small portion. So roughly, we took the cost of what they were doing in front of their development. They have to do some improvements as part of their development as a basic requirement.
So do we factor that in?
Yeah, we factor. So they're doing that plus they're widening it further.
Yeah, because I wouldn't consider the road in front of their development to be an offsite road improvement. I'd consider that as part of their PUD.
Well, and I guess maybe I wouldn't call it necessarily offsite, but I would call it as I tried to capture it, enhanced improvements. So over and above. So there's the basic requirements, and then there's basically the enhancements. So that's why I tried to capture it. But what we took is basically their frontage on Old Lebanon Dirt Road. They had to do some anyway. Split it down the middle. Let's go half of it that would be their responsibility, a basic responsibility, curb and gutter, sidewalk. They'd have to do that anyway, probably some turn lanes. But then the other part of it, the other half of it is they're going to the full section. Basically, it's going to be a finished, improved section through there, at least on their side. It'll be shoulder on the north side, but curb and gutter on the south. Matches very closely with what we're doing on our public project that we're doing to the west. And so because they're doing the additional widening, the extra, they're not just widening to the minimum, they're doing more than the minimum. So that's where we try to capture that. Similar to the discussion we had on the South Green Hill Townhome project, very similar.
I don't know if I agree with that.
All right. Commissioner Justice?
I think you just answered my question, but I was using the same logic, same rationale that we used on the South Green Hill widening
Yes.
project, correct?
Yes,
Where they-
absolutely, 100%.
we anticipate and we expect them to do half of the road, but if they do the other half of the road as well as the widening part of it, then that is a credit to their project.
Yes, it's
Correct.
a credit to them.
And Google agrees with me. So
Sure.
Vice Mayor?
So, Mr. Barlow, just so I'm clear, they're only going to do curb and gutter on their side of the project?
Yes. So on the so it would be shoulder on the north side, and so when the north side develops, all they would have to do would just be curb and gutter and sidewalk.
Is that standard practice for all of our developers? I'm just trying to understand this from my understanding, because again, if they're there tearing up the road, they're going to lay down the new path. So why wouldn't we go ahead and expect both sides to be corrected?
No, that's pretty standard. So we did the same on South Green Hill. We did the same on Bender's Ferry PUD. All those are in the same category.
Okay.
All right. Did you have another comment, Commissioner Justice?
and I don't know that we capture this here, or maybe we capture the comments here, but I would like to make sure that we expect, and because I've already been called just recently about somebody wanting to develop on the other side of the road. And I want to make sure that we're consistent with this and that we take whatever funds that they're willing to dedicate during our negotiation process, and we dedicate that to the East Division widening. I don't want to miss that opportunity when we have that conversation.
Yeah. Vice Mayor.
Okay, I just want to put this out there. So this is going to be another development right across the street in this big plot. Because again, I've been following all of this with the roads. So now this makes it even more important for this board to consider the East Division road improvements and Old Lebanon Dirt Road. If we're going to add on, I mean, obviously, if this landowner is going to be looking at across the street to be developing, I don't know how many acres that is. Do we know how many acres that is?
No, we don't.
Yeah.
The guy just called me and asked me about
Yeah.
I told him to expect that gouging from this city commission
Not a gouging, but
No, it'd be-
road improvement. Road improvement. That's what.
is gouging. Is what
Yeah.
it is.
Okay. Well, this is how we get it taken care of. It's either this or
Absolutely.
taxpayers. So which one do you want? So anyway,
Consistency would be nice.
that's why I'm here consistent. I'm here all night.
All right,
Thank you, Mayor.
back
Wow,
on the
that hadn't
amendment.
happened.
Any other questions or comments on the amendment? Commissioner Hefner.
I would like to amend the amendment. I would like the contribution that's actually going towards East Division Street to go from 1,550 to 3,000.
I'll second that.
Yeah, could you repeat that, Commissioner?
Sorry.
No, it's quite all right. It's
I can get there two ways. I was doing the easier math.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at the math on this.
So I can either reduce the credit, right, to get it to a $3,000 net contribution to East Division Street.
So you're really looking ahead to number C to try to get that number up to 3,000.
Correct.
Okay, I follow you.
Sorry, I thought we were reading these all together.
No, I stopped right there because if somebody adjusted the numbers, I was going to adjust the bottom one accordingly.
I got you.
So you have a motion, and your motion is, repeat it one more time for me.
Or another way to do it is to, yeah. So my motion would be the contribution net of credit to be increased to $3,000 per residential unit to be allocated to the improvements on East Division Street.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we got a second. It's on the table. That's going.
still trying to understand.
We're not increasing the amount.
I can do it that way too.
Oh, Commissioner, let me get your mic on.
I'm sorry.
That's quite all right. I'm doing math over here. So
Okay, all right. But I mean, to simplify this, we're not changing the amount per unit. It's still $5,000. We're just changing the allocation as to where it's going, correct? Okay. So when y'all get to the end of that math, I failed math 17 times in high school, so I'll let y'all tell me what that comes to.
to say it basically, the contribution stays at $5,000. You're trying to get, if we, how we said it this way, if you want $3,000 to go to East Division, that leaves $2,000. So you're just, instead of giving a $34.50 credit, you're giving a $2,000 credit, which means also they're losing $1,450 in credits. It's another way to stay at per unit.
Yes.
Let's,
And that money would go to East Division Street.
okay. Commissioner Mullally, what was your question?
I would like to get Andy's feedback on that.
Okay.
I guess the net would be, it would be a greater amount of financial contribution from the development team, basically. That's the interpretation I have. Right.
Okay, so now I'm really confused. To go above the 5,000, because I thought we weren't raising that.
It's reducing the credit. It doesn't reduce the scope of the work. It doesn't do anything as far as reducing the scope of the work from the development team. It just reduces the amount of credit that we came up with for the offsite work. So
Are you finished, Commissioner? No.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Justice.
I'm sorry.
No, it's
We're looking at a large amount of money going to East Division Street. Matter of fact, I think Amazon put in $7 million towards East Division, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right? I think it, Mayor, wasn't it $7 million that we? Is that right?
It was.
Okay.
Flat 7, if I remember right.
Okay. So we're talking about Amazon putting in $7 million. Then we're talking about this project putting in how much?
This would be almost an extra $1 million based on this.
it would be. I tried to capture it in the last, actually literally the last line there. If it was $1,550 per residential unit, then that contribution is $1,044,700.
So what is the difference then between what we're changing and putting on the developer as opposed to what we had?
Yeah.
another $1 million. So we
Mhm.
just added
that's
another
correct.
million to their cost in one fell swoop tonight, correct?
We don't have any preliminary numbers on that yet. I mean, yeah,
Get
I mean,
yours.
30, 40 million. It's really depends on the scope, the length.
So 30, 40 million by the time we get around to building it, maybe
Probably
50
more,
million.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, and Amazon was how many years ago? 3. Prices have gone up since then. So
I'm not
I
in that
can't help
business, I couldn't
inflation.
To finish my question and my thought process here, I got to tell you, I got a little bit of a problem with this. Again, when we're talking about development, and you've heard me consistently say this from time after time after time, if they're going to put 20% impact on a road, then they should be responsible for 20% of the cost to improve. You don't go out here and they're going to do 20%, but we're going to hit them with 50%. We actually have done that on numerous occasions, but it's just not fair. What we try to do is be fair and be consistent. That hasn't been the case in the past. And if it's 10% impact, then, work through the process with them to get 10% of the fix to come out of a development. If they want to go over and above that, okay, well, that's fine if they agree to it. But at the same time, to just do this on the vote and potentially kill a project and wind up with none of the fixes, I think what we probably need to do is hear from the developer at this point as to whether or not they could actually do that and actually do the development. So, I mean, I would request the developer to come up and speak to as to whether or not that's an option. And if it kills it, then if y'all are okay with, killing the fixes that go along with it, then we vote accordingly. So good.
Yeah, do we have representation? We'll come up and if you give your name and address for the record, get your feedback on this ask.
Hi, Tulsi Patel, 210 Lakecrest Drive. The conditions on East Division are pre-existing, and we're happy to contribute the amount that we've already committed to, but I don't think that we can do anything more than that just because we already have very extensive improvements to Old Lebanon Dirt Road as it is. We're doing about 4,500 linear feet of improvements to Old Lebanon Dirt Road. So for that reason, I don't think that we can contribute any more than what we're already contributing. Yes.
Commissioner Mullally?
Sorry. In other words, it's a deal killer.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So what I'm hearing is what's going on is you're wanting them to put in an extra $1 million over and above the 5,000 voluntary fee. Is that what it's amounting
Well,
to?
the math works out to not by my math, $977,300. I rounded up to $1 million.
Which comes out to how much per?
$1,450 per unit. Additional.
Additional?
Yes.
Yeah.
Commissioner Vice Mayor Trevette.
Mr. Barlow, if you could confirm, just so again, the $3,450, that's per unit,
Yes, sir.
and that credit's coming back.
I guess the best way to put that, the credit's coming back to us in the way of Old Lebanon Dirt Road being improved, Stoner Creek Greenway being connected, even a small portion to Robinson Park. And then the improvements there to behind Valley Center, basically on Old Lebanon Dirt Road. So that's coming back to us in the way of more comprehensive improvements, probably the best way to put it.
So just so I'm clear that if these improvements were not corrected by this developer, would part of their homes, that they're building, would they be also flooding as well?
Basically the entire commercial and apartment section would be flooding.
Okay, so all of the corrections that they're going to be correcting is also going to help their development, as well as the
Valley Center.
Valley Center. Thank you.
Yes, it's a mutual.
So it's a
benefit.
win-win. It's
Yeah.
exactly. Okay. And that's what I'm just trying to understand. So these road improvements as well as improvements for the flood. Now, is there any effect further upstream, which is the ballpark?
Oh, no, that's a really good question. So what we require of this is basically no negative impacts upstream or downstream. So they can't have any rise in the creek elevation, and they can have a reduction, but they can't have any rise. So you can't dam up the creek upstream or to flood people upstream or cause more negative impacts downstream.
Are you referring to the Little League Park?
Yeah.
Or what was?
Yeah.
Well, that's a different creek.
It is? Yeah. I was looking at this map here and it looks like they do tie into each other at one point.
But it can get confusing because the name of the road running through there is Cedar Drive.
Gotcha. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at the map here, it looks like they do. Maybe
No,
a little
it
off.
If it floods the creek from this development, that means that Tuscan Gardens, Jackson Hills, and everything.
Gotcha.
got wiped out.
All right.
That means Noah's bringing an ark.
I gotcha.
It would provide downstream benefits for, across the street there, as we go behind Robinson Park on down, I guess Page Lane in that area through there that floods.
Yep.
And of course, Mount Juliet Elementary School, that flood basin where we get water on the road on West Division Street, all those things will be downstream impacts. The rest of it continues on into Nashville to Stones River.
Thank you for the clarification.
Keep all their work out of my business.
Yeah, questions and comments on this amendment? We ready to vote? All in favor of the amendment sorry, we're not on the amendment. You're on your amendment to the amendment. All in favor of the amendment to change the contribution amounts to basically make sure that $3,000 of it winds up to East Division Street, which is adjusting basically the developer's credit. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Nay. That one does not carry. We're back on to the amendment as presented, which was the offsite transportation contributions. Developer agrees to compute $5,000 per unit and receive a credit of $34.50 back to that, just to summarize it. So that's where we're at the moment. Any questions or comments on that?
Is that the motion?
We're back on the original motion. Gotcha. All right. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries 3-2. The last item on here is to add a C, which is the remaining $1,550 per residential unit be allocated to the improvements of East Division Street. Estimated contributions in East Division Street based on this proposal would be $1,044,700. Have a motion, second. All in favor, please signify. Or any questions or comments? I'm jumping the gun. All right, hearing none. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries by a vote of 4-1. With that, that's the 8th amendment. Is there anything else before we vote on the ordinances amended 8 times? All right. All in favor of the ordinance as amended 8 times, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that carries by a vote of 3-2. All right. Next item on the agenda is a resolution 9-1, a resolution finalizing the alignment option and typical roadway section for the Pleasant Grove Road widening project. Is there a motion? All right, hearing no motion, dies for a lack of motion. Next item on the agenda is a resolution to establish an official city newsletter to be distributed by the city of Mount Juliet. Have a motion? Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a second on that. Any questions or comments? Commissioner Mullally?
Again, fully support the newsletter. I do think it needs to be budget capped. If the intent here is for Justin to do it within his normal working hours. And so what if there's not a budget cap? What if he has a really busy week and he's got to get this newsletter out and it's going to require some overtime? That's extra money it's going to cost the taxpayers. I just think there needs to be some kind of budget cap on it. So again,
Talking about overtime?
so yeah, well,
I hope he's not working nights and weekends to put out a quarterly newsletter.
but if there's no budget cap on it, the door is open
Do what?
to work overtime to get the newsletter out.
What budget cap are you proposing?
Well, I haven't proposed one yet, but he had a question. He said he hoped that no overtime would go toward the making of the newsletter, which sounds good. But what if he has a busy week and he has to get the newsletter out and it requires overtime? If there's no budget cap on it, then he's going to stay and work on it, I assume. So again, I'm going to motion that no taxpayer money be spent toward the making of this newsletter or any purchases, which includes taxpayer money, in addition to, over and beyond normal working hours and what he already posts on social media. Whatever access he has now for social media, the same would apply to the newsletter, right? So the motion is no taxpayer money in addition to normal working hours.
Okay. No taxpayer money in addition to normal working hours.
Right.
Okay. All right. I'll second that. Any questions or comments on the motion? Commissioner Hefner?
It almost seems contradictory. Like we're not paying, he's paid by taxpayer dollars.
Sure.
So you're saying no taxpayer dollars will be used,
No additional.
no additional. So how are we defining that? Night times and night and weekends?
Well, what are his normal working hours?
I mean,
Let's hear from our city manager.
Normally 8 to 5, unless there's a special event after hours or on a weekend, which we will have sometimes. And then what we do then is encourage them to come in later one day to offset that time for the extra day.
Yeah, so that's a special event or whatever.
Mhm.
So 8 to 5, he can do the newsletter. So if he has a busy week and he doesn't have time to get to the newsletter and he needs 4 hours of overtime to do it, that's where it needs to be capped. So no taxpayer money over and above his normal working hours.
Commissioner Justice?
I'm going to use a novel approach here, if I could. What I would like to do is amend the amendment at this point to say that we're going to ask the city manager to get this newsletter out in a manner that conforms with the budget that we passed last June 30th.
So yeah, that's your motion to just follow the existing budget.
Correct.
Any second. Okay.
In regard to this newsletter.
All right. Is there any questions or comments on this?
That means he stays within the budget.
All right. Commissioner Mullally?
All right, so would that require a line item in the upcoming budget?
That means there'd be no additional spending on it unless it's in the budget.
All right, so is overtime included? Salary?
So there is no overtime.
City manager.
Yeah, Yes, ma'am. He's salaried, so there wouldn't be any overtime. And if there was a need to work after hours, we would just augment that by having him come in later or leaving earlier when needed.
Okay. I just didn't want any, it should be basically a free service to the public. So I just didn't want it to cost the taxpayer any extra
Yes, ma'am.
money.
All right. We ready to vote on the amendment to the amendment, which was to stick to the budget? All right. All in favor of staying within the budget or using the dollars already budgeted, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That carries. Back on Commissioner Mullally amendment. It's been amended to say the budget. Is there anything else we need to add or on that? Would your one, if you're comfortable? All right, I'll withdraw my support for it if you're good with just the budget. Is everybody in agreement? Newsletter will stick to the budget. Good on that? One amendment? Okay. All right, any other questions or comments after the First Amendment? Then I'll make a motion to add under now therefore be it resolved a number 4, and that is the collection of email addresses for the purposes of sending a newsletter may violate the privacy rights of citizens and may be subject to disclosure under the Tennessee Public Records Act. Emails shall not be collected for the purposes of sending a newsletter until such time as the state of Tennessee grants an exception to the Tennessee Public Records Act. It's my motion.
Second.
All right. That one is on the table, and I'll explain. I was looking through. There is a long list online, if you ever have trouble sleeping, of all the exceptions to the Tennessee Public Records Act. And I was looking to hopefully find something that if we collected people's email addresses, that would offer them some protections. And I have found and verified with the attorney that that list of email addresses would be open to people making a public records request. They could request the email addresses, and bada boom, bada bing, you got a very targeted marketing group out there to email. So I'm going to ask that we do not collect emails until the General Assembly makes the change to provide some protections for that. So any other questions or comments on this? Commissioner Justice?
Okay. What you just said basically is we're going to create a newsletter, but we're not going to send it out to anybody because we're not going to create a database, and we are not going to use an existing database, which makes the newsletter moot.
What I would suggest doing is publishing the newsletter online so that people can go and access it, whether that's social media, the city website, or whatever. I'm not comfortable actively collecting email addresses for somebody to be able to pick up with just a public records request.
My issue with that is that if somebody actually requests to be put on a list or a database to get that letter sent to them on a quarterly basis or whatever it may be, then they should be allowed to be put on a list, whether they on your existing list or somebody else's existing list. I don't think that, I mean, you're saying even if they want to be on there, they can't be.
I'm saying we would not collect them. Yes.
And that's not an appropriate use of city time at all. That makes putting a newsletter together just kind of silly at this point.
Well, could they not do it by text like the other alerts?
A newsletter?
Sure. Well, a link.
What's the cost?
With a link.
It's cost.
Yeah, I mean, there's some costs associated with that. I don't think you would want to do it. What I'm saying is, if somebody requests to be put on a list or a database, then allow them to be put on the database. I would actually, I would like to make sure that they've given an opportunity to get an update. I don't think we need to pass something that would keep them from getting an update. I believe that's counterproductive.
Well, they would be able to go get anything they wanted from the website. And I have no opposition to newsletters or anything being prepared. I just do not want to put the city in the place of collecting email addresses that are public record. Commissioner Hefner.
A question for Gino. First, do we collect email addresses for anything else that we do for the city?
You can go on the website and sign up for agendas. We have
So we
like
collect
agenda
email
for
addresses already. Okay. And then second, Gino, can we add a disclaimer of sort that would let the people know that their email address could be, I guess, be open to an open records request or disclosed through an open record request in accordance to, can we add a disclaimer, your language?
Sure. To say that by signing up for the newsletter, you're being made aware of that your email address is subject to public disclosure.
Does that satisfy the concern here? For letting them know in advance, I guess that's a
If you let them know in
rhetorical question,
advance, it's fine. I think what the mayor's information or purpose is to make people aware and not take in emails until the assembly adds a 15th or 16th page of that statute on all the exemptions for public records.
Yeah, my motion is not to stop it. I'm just saying, as soon as the General Assembly fixes that, we're good to go.
Well, Commissioner?
Okay. Do you know if they're held by a third party, are they available for open records?
Yes.
Okay. The reason I'm asking that, if the city doesn't keep that data, right? It's not the city's data if it's a third party doing that. So
I don't know who keeps it.
And
It's scary where data winds up.
well, it is, and I understand.
Their email addresses nowadays. I mean, you log in with the username, which is usually your email address. This day and age, everything is associated with an email address.
Right.
Even your e-wallet, your PayPal, your Venmo, everything is tied to an email address. But your financial, tied to your financial bank accounts.
Which is why you have a junk folder.
And do we not also have an opportunity to unsubscribe? If somebody doesn't want to be on that, I mean, can't they just unsubscribe from that?
I've tried to unsubscribe from spammers for years.
Yeah, I got on more list by doing that.
Me too.
So you're saying that the city of Mount Juliet would put this email address out, put this newsletter out there, and then we would ignore the opportunity for them to unsubscribe?
No, didn't say that at all. I said the emails that collected by the city are subject to the public records laws of the state of Tennessee. And anything we collect is subject to be picked up by anyone or any citizen of the state of Tennessee with a simple request for access to information.
Do we have access? Do we have any kind of email lists or database lists that we keep now? Whether it be us or is it, I guess it's probably a Travis question.
Yeah. Right? I can say I don't know, but that's not what's on the table in front of me.
Well, I understand, but if we're already doing it, I don't understand what the problem is that we could.
For notification, for agenda, correct?
If someone signs up.
Yeah.
Someone signs up.
We've never thought about this.
So we're already doing it.
Well,
So
are we ready to vote?
I just got one quick question, if you don't mind.
Vice Mayor.
Gino, is there any complications that that we're going to run into as a city if this does pass tonight by not waiting for the General Assembly? Is it in best practice? I guess that's just the real open question. Obviously, we want to follow the law. It's it's a state requirement. Is there what are your thoughts? You're the attorney.
The mayor's correct. if someone calls or writes and makes a FOIA for the mailing list and email addresses of everyone who signed up for our newsletter, we have to give it to them. I guess my other question is, there's been no discussion on what this newsletter is, how often it goes, when it happens, et cetera. So I'm really not clear what we're voting on, but to the mayor's point, this would be subject to a public records request. And so ABC Vacuum Cleaner company can get them all, load them in their system, and everybody gets notice. It's $200 off the super duper special this week because they signed up for the newsletter.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Disclaimer up front, notifying the subscribers in advance.
Sure, they
They
can see that. Yeah.
Okay.
And even check a box, I accept.
Right. That's true, but the email still goes out.
Positive opt-in with acknowledgement of disclaimer subject to open record.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that's what they were talking about, the signing up part, as opposed to getting databases from.
Everybody
whatever
has a
else we have.
disclaimer. That's the problem, though. Nobody reads it.
Yeah.
So how good is the disclaimer until you start getting residents calling, complaining to our staff about not, getting some type of awareness unless we put it in bold, highlighted on the front page of our city page. There's a big disclaimer here that your emails could be potentially given out as public records. So this is where obviously we want to follow the rules. So, okay. Thank you.
Commissioner.
So, so how do elected officials get around this? If they are an elected official with a municipality, federal government that's putting out a subscription-based information where they're collecting email. How do elected officials get around that?
You're talking about your official email that you're sending out?
If I'm an elected official and I'm collecting email, acting in the capacity of a commissioner or governor, whoever, fill in the.
If someone asks for a FOIA for your email list,
Yep.
we would give it to them.
Okay.
Commissioner Milletti.
What if you send your email from a non-city email? I mean newsletter from a non-city email address.
As long as it's not your quote official newsletter, whether it comes through the Mount Juliet email address or through your personal email address, isn't as relevant as the content of it. So if you're sending out Commissioner Mullaley's newsletter for your District 4, then that's going to be subject to a FOIA. And this, you usually get into it on when you start banning people or striking people or blocking people from commenting on an email or newsletter or comment made on a Facebook page. If it starts to look like your official Facebook page, then you get into other issues when you start banning people or blocking people, even though it's quote the personal close quote email or Facebook page.
That's exactly why I took down the city commission page because that I had a city commission page that I've had for numerous years, and when I was advised by Mr. Marchetti that was actually an official page, I got took down. I'm not going to have people coming in telling me who I can ban or not ban when I've got people saying ugly things on my Facebook page that my daughters read. It's ridiculous. So, I'm very simple. I've got a Facebook page that says Ray Justice. That's it.
All right. All in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
All right. We're back on the ordinance as once amended. Excuse me, resolution as once amended. There's two questions on there about frequency, I believe, that need to be filled in. Distributed. Yeah, Commissioner Hefner? We got two blanks in there. I guess
know
the
there's
same
two
answer to
blanks.
both.
I think it's the same answer to both. I left that blank really subject to
It's needed.
as needed. We don't want to put something out just to put something out. We want to make sure that there's good content, and whether that happens monthly or quarterly, I'm going to leave that up to Kenny and Mr. Beasley to determine the frequency.
We'll say it. You'll make a motion for as needed.
A motion as needed.
I'll second. Yeah. Any questions or comments to filling in the third whereas to read the whereas the distribution will be approximately, I guess, as needed would be the third whereas, and then there it says item 3 under now therefore be it resolved the newsletter will be distributed approximately. How about we just say as needed? The newsletter will be distributed as needed.
That works.
Any questions or comments on that? All in favor of the Second Amendment to read as needed, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We're back on the resolution as twice amended. Are there any other questions or comments? All in, Commissioner Hefner?
Sorry. As needed, or as Mr. Martin determines. As needed, who's going to determine that? I would like the as needed to be determined based on our city manager. So that's a motion.
Okay. All right. Motion and a second to change, or I guess to amend the as needed as determined by city manager.
Yes.
And you seconded, Vice Mayor, is that correct? Yes, okay. All right. Any other questions or comments on that? All right. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing no opposition, I'm record that as 5-0. We're back on the resolution as amended 3 times. All right, all in favor of the resolution as amended 3 times, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries. All right, the next item on the agenda is an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 budget ordinance 2022-32 to recognize revenues from sale of seized weapons and approximate funds to the police department's weapons supply line. Motion. Second. Any questions or comments on this? All right, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries by unanimous vote on second reading. And folks, well, we have made it to new business. Actually, we've covered one item of new business. So we got 1, 2, 3.
I might need a minute.
Got 5 items left on the agenda tonight. So.
I might need a 5-minute break or something.
Is anybody opposed to a 5-minute recess? All right, I'm hearing no opposition whatsoever to a 5-minute recess. We'll reconvene at 9:45.
Oops, thank you.
But thank you.
All right, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. Board of Commissioners meeting. That meeting, yes. And we are on new business. We have no items under new business consent. So I'll jump into new business, which is a presentation and resolution from the Parks and Greenways Board. And looks like Mr. Lee has agreed to hang out with us.
Boy, did I pick an agenda to get on or what?
You know how to pick them.
Good God. Hey, guys, what? And I want to thank the seniors board for coming out, speaking, the Parks Board. And it's just something, all we want to do, guys, was get out in front. When the PD building becomes vacant, the Parks wants to say, hey, we want to call dibs on it. We need it. And we've been talking to the senior citizens. We think we can work out something that'd be a win-win for the parks and senior citizens. And that's the reason we want to get this resolution there, just to assure us we would be getting that building when it's no longer in need of the PD. So that's pretty much what we're wanting to do. And I stood here all this time to say that.
Yeah. Are there any questions for Mr. Lee? I'm seeing Commissioner Justice.
Okay.
Yes.
Actually, it's not a question for, I'm going to ask, has this already been, we haven't made a motion second yet, have we?
No, this is just
Okay,
I
'cause
just
I'm
did
gonna
the
be amending it.
presentation part.
Are you going to amend it?
I am going to amend it.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, so continue, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Mullally?
Okay, so on the senior part, you're talking about letting them have half the building, and the other half would be you would use for like meetings and different daddy-daughter dance and
Yeah.
things like that.
We're real early to do a split or anything. It's just going to be what we're hoping to do is come in and make it a multi-use building. What I really want to do is take and bring back the sanctuary when the church was there and use it for a flex room, if you will, and stop using my gym for the father-daughter dances and the big events that we have. And we have like a formal ballroom there, if you will. It'll be a flex room that'll be used by the city. It could be used by senior citizens, used by the Parks Department. But we only need, in essence, probably a 50-50 split, something like that. But right now, I just want to get the building, and then we'll sit down with the powers to be and figure out how we're going to use it. Right now, I just want to make sure that we've got it so we can start planning. And, we're looking, what, 2-3 years before this even becomes a reality. We just want to get out in front before. The reason I want to do this, because when it was Joy Church, we thought for sure it was coming to Parks. It went to PD. So I told the Parks Board, I said, we probably want to move on this now. I know we're a little early. We're out front, but we want to make sure that we can probably count on having this building to become part of our parks, because we maintain it. It is in the park. It just makes sense that it comes to our Parks Department. And that's pretty much what it is. We haven't sat down and drawn a hard line, put nothing in stone yet, but we've talked to the seniors. And I met with them today up there. Matter of fact, we walked it and looked at it. And we think, again, we can use it and make it a multi-use building where it's not really having to be a parks building, a seniors building, but where we can all use it together with separate offices and stuff. That's pretty much what I'm thinking, but that's just spitballing right now.
Because my understanding is you were going to give the half the building to the seniors, and then they could use their money to remodel or whatever it
right
make improvements. So if it's not a designated area, how would they know how far they can remodel?
It will, and that's the initial, when we talked to them the other day, is we're looking at them maybe selling their building. We will get back our 3 acres that we gave them out on Clemens. They will sell their building, and with those funds, they'll renovate the section that we deem that's going to be theirs, that they need, and they'll use that money. We're not going to be using any taxpayer money per se to renovate or build them a building.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to give them the footprint, then they'll build what they need. Then we'll build what we need. And a lot of communities do this. Your community center and your senior citizen centers are combined. So we're just trying to do that. And like the lady said, it's time we start taking care of our seniors, you know?
Oh yeah, fully agree.
Yeah.
Let's see. Another question I had Mm. Well, okay. Never mind. That's all I have.
Commissioner Hefner?
I'll yield to Mr. Justice. He had his hand up first.
Okay.
I,
Justice.
Thank you, Mayor. Didn't have any intention being put in this position, but I guess I'm going to have to go ahead and talk about what about 5 or 6 years ago, myself and the mayor and Commissioner Abston, well, I think it's actually a 5-0 vote that we dedicated, and I think it was a 50-year lease to give the senior citizens a section of property on Clemens Road. At that point in time, we had 2 or 3 developments that came in that were running sewer to that location. One development came in, and I think it was $249,900 that they wound up putting as one of the conditions of approval, which was the Groves Reserve, which is a senior community. So that money went into the senior citizens budget at that point to start building a building fund. There were some issues that came up. We started working, and I actually went to the senior citizens board on multiple occasions. And just as recently as 2-3 years ago, I went to and talked to some members. I think Captain Chandler, I think, and he and I have had numerous conversations about this as well. Hopefully, what we were wanting to do was to take the police department when the police department becomes available, because of the building of the new police department. The idea was that we would use the existing police department, basically cut it in half. The seniors would get half of that building. A youth center or gathering area would be getting the other half of that. Then we were also looking at a indoor pool that would be added to the end of that building. And I've talked to our director, Mr. Lee, about that. And then a community Olympic size pool would also be added in the area. And that would help service some of the swim teams that were from Green Hill High School, Mount Juliet High School, community.
Right.
That's been the plan. And we talked about that. And I think we talked about that in the last 6 months, if I'm not mistaken, haven't we?
Right. Yeah.
So what I'm going to do, and I'm going to wait until we do this, but I am going to make an amendment to actually lay down that so that it is in writing as to what we're going to use this for, so that there's no going backwards on it. I mean, this has been what we've talked about. It's what the seniors have talked about. And what I had talked about with the seniors board when we've talked about this was that money that has been absorbed by them to help for that building fund would go towards the remodeling. And we would also get the 3.5 acres on Clemens Road that would come back to Ethan Page Park and would be used as a city park for that point forward, and that the lease would be vacated at that point by the senior board. We were also talking about the fact that at that point, the senior citizens would actually come under the umbrella of the city of Mount Juliet. They would continue to run the organization, and then we would maintain the building, and we would work together so that the director actually could be potentially an employee of the city of Mount Juliet. I don't think at this point that we ever have given enough to our senior community out here. And that was my initial intention, was to make sure that the seniors are taken care of to a larger degree than what we have in the past. So once we get this thing going,
right.
Yeah, I just want you to know that kind of where I'm headed with this. But this has been 4 or 5, 6 years of work that I've put into getting this done.
And I agree. I'm just here to make sure we get the building, and how we dissolve it, how we cut it up, how we chop it up, and what we put in it. That's up to the powers to be. But what I was looking to do was just put together a committee, and we will address this. I know a teen center and a senior center is not going to work together. I don't think that's going to work. I really don't. It's just going to be too many people butting heads there. But again, I'm just here to get the building. We'll decide what we're going to do with it. I just don't want it to go to Aunt Jemima's Pancakes or something and be a pancake house there. I need it in the parks.
Rocky, what was your goal again?
Huh?
To get the building. I do have a question for Director Barlow here.
I want the building too.
Yeah.
See, this is what I'm trying to get ahead of right
That
here.
wasn't the question,
Kidding.
but there was something that recently came up with a property over there on Clemens Road with perhaps a deed restriction on that.
Yes.
And do you remember the details of that? I meant to look and I did not.
So to clarify, this came up when we were talking about the property that we are basically having under contract right now. So what it is half of that acreage is deed restricted to be a park. The other half is basically for city use. Whatever.
So we
want.
could give the other half to the senior citizen center, or
Yes,
was
we
that the
could.
park
Yeah,
that fell
so
in the park?
Yeah. What Ethan Page Park is today shall remain, basically. But the other half can be as we determine. Mhm.
Vice Mayor.
Well, listen, I mean, obviously there's been some discussion about Ethan Page Park being one of the best Frisbee golf parks in the country right now. It's made some magazines. So I
It
think
has.
we need to add a
Mhm.
restroom over there, and beyond it, you know, I think beyond to put a restroom over there, some parking spaces to help offset those. So, you know, I want to get and put my foot out the door to go ahead and support, you know, that park. So, yeah. So anyways, but Mr. Barlow, if you don't mind not to cut off the mayor, you know, I'm kind of wondering. I mean, don't our youth need some type of senior leadership? So that's why I kind of look at it as a partnership.
You're talking to me or Barlow?
Well, I guess I better move
You're
that over to
looking at me
Mr.
and you
Lee.
said Mr. Barlow. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm
I know, I
confused. It's late. I know. But
Yeah, it is getting late. So I guess it is a Mr. Lee question. But
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
do.
but all
And-
joking aside, no, I mean, absolutely. I think that's something that's always been a good mentorship there. So, you know, I take that as a positive. So I hope that, that you and this, next board of whoever that's picked over that committee can somehow be able to work that together. Cause I think that we're missing an opportunity there for some, some fellowship there.
Okay. Hey, I'm open to anything. Like I said, I'm just here to get the building.
Well, you're the one talking stories. I'm just kind of kick it off.
Oh, all right, everyone.
Sorry.
Commissioner Hefner.
I do agree with Commissioner Justice and Commissioner Trevette on it should be a combined youth. We don't have enough youth activity centers. Charlie Daniels, as you know, is packed. So I would like to see it. I don't think we need to, hopefully we don't have to determine that tonight. Maybe we can
Right.
just designate that the building goes to the parks, and then a committee will determine percentages of youth and seniors. I do have a question on the actual resolution.
We haven't read the resolution.
Oh, sorry, it's late.
This is a presentation time. Mr. Mullally.
Well, I can say that in my district, the senior community has expressed opposition of being next to a youth center. They do not want to be next to the youth center.
That's what we found also. There's going to be a rub there if we try to combine the two. We do need a teen center, but I think it needs to be a standalone teen center. It just, they're not going to fit together. I don't think it's going to be oil and water. That's what we're finding. But I think I've got a daycare right there. I've got my eyes on. We need to buy. Make a great little youth center.
All right. Any other questions for Director Lee? If not, we're going to move on. I'll read the resolution, which is 11-1, a resolution to support the City of Mount Juliet Parks Board and Greenways Board request to utilize the current City of Mount Juliet Police Headquarters for the City of Mount Juliet's Parks Department and the Mount Juliet Senior Citizen Center. Have a motion? Second. Any questions or comments on the resolution? Commissioner Justice.
I'd like to amend it by saying that it'd be used and utilized by the Mount Juliet Parks Department and the Mount Juliet Senior Citizens Center, Senior Activity Center, along with a proposed youth development center inside of the same building with the pools and other amenities associated with that project as discussed previously by Commissioner Justice.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. That was to be used by the Parks Department, the Senior Citizens Center, Youth Development. I guess that falls under the Parks Department.
Yeah.
Youth Development Board, addition of swimming pools. Have a second on that. Any questions or comments on the amendment? Commissioner Mullally.
So that this is a stipulation saying that half of it has to go to a youth center.
But I will tell you that I know that Mr. Porter, Rob Porter, has already got a working design on all of this stuff. He's an engineer, and I don't know if he still is or was on the Senior Citizens Board at one time. But he has actually gone through and done some work to lay this out. What I saw was pretty impressive. So, I mean, there's work that's already been done on this, prior to tonight. So I'm not going to dedicate half a building to the seniors or 3/4 of a building to the seniors or 3/4 to the youth. I'm saying that they would work together to use this building, utilize this building. Does that sound appropriate? Hang on a second. Okay. Well, no. Did you hear what I was saying, though? I mean, we're not going to dedicate half or 3/4 or 10% or 90%. We're not going to do that. We're going to use together and utilize the building for the seniors and our youth.
We saw the drawing Rob Porter did. That's the senior citizens that time thought they were going to utilize the whole building. Rob Porter's drawings are showing utilization of the entire building going to the Senior Citizen Center.
Not the conversation that I've had with Rob since then did not show that.
He showed that, didn't he, Galen?
Yeah, that was never discussed.
Well, the one their new one right now shows them utilizing the entire building.
Yeah, that was never discussed. So, and I've not seen that. What I showed or what I saw was that there was actually a room, coffee room, an area.
Yeah, that was off the board. It's them having the whole building. Is the new drawing that's out.
That wasn't what we saw.
Yeah, I saw the same thing. A designated area for youth activities, game room.
Right.
That was about 2 years ago. In fact, it was on the anniversary that. How many?
Is that where that drawing?
Maybe might have been.
That's the current. It was 2 years ago.
Yeah, that's the only one I've seen.
That's how long I've been working on this.
And that's the reason we want to step out in front here, just make sure we could get the building, and then we'll talk about the drawings after we get the building.
If I could jump in, part of the thought was that that was because the plans were for at least what I'd seen were for all of the entire footprint of the building to be used for a senior center. And then with some conversations and questions that come back and forth, it's like, do you need all this space every day, 24 hours a day? And that's when kind of headed down the road of, well, how about a portion of it dedicated space, and then the Parks Department be able to use the rest of the space when not needed by the Senior Citizen Center. Then in exchange, instead of just giving the building to the Senior Citizen Center, we would maintain the building on their behalf for them, just kind of a way to help the senior citizens be able to have a dedicated space, but at the same time be able to provide some space for the Parks Department to use when not needed by the Senior Citizen Center. So they're one, not having to pay for, I think it's 16,000 square foot building on their own, but at the same time that we be able to utilize as a city portion of that 16,000 when it's not needed by the senior citizens, but at the same time give them dedicated space in there. Right. That's kind of how it wound up here on it. So, and it looked to be something that the Senior Citizen Board, I think they were unanimous maybe on the approval. I see a head shaking. Yes, unanimous on the approval to consider that the city using a portion of it instead of them getting the whole building. So I don't know how many offers are out there on the table and how many times the building's been given away. So that's why I took it straight to the Parks Board and said, you guys come up with something, because I don't know any other way to do this than they can get the ball rolling somewhere. So,
Well, if I may, then I want to make sure that at this point we want to dedicate, and I'm just going to say 50-50. We'll work through something and come back with a resolution. Obviously, I think it's pretty obvious that we're trying to take care of the seniors in our community. But at the same time, we have youth that are growing. I started to use my cousin Vinny, the youths. We have kids that are growing up in this community that, you know, if it's not baseball, football, basketball, then we're probably not paying a whole lot of attention to them. I don't want anybody, any child escaping into an area, into a mindset that we wind up with another issue like we had today in Nashville.
Right.
I want every opportunity that we've got to make this community safe, welcoming, loving. And this is just another opportunity that we can take. So what I'm going to say is at this point that, you know, we want this to be a 50-50 use. And then we can work through the process and come back in with a resolution at a later date. But I want to make sure that it's understood at this point. It's not 100% seniors. It's not 100% youth. It's going to be 50-50, and then we'll work through the process.
I'm with you. Like I said, we were looking to once we got the building, we was looking to put a committee together to figure out how to do it. Now, the building is not that big. I mean, what we're talking about is a good sized building. But if I get my little formal area in the middle of the sanctuary back, you're only talking about a 15,000 square building. And I think, how many people do the senior citizens have that use it? I mean, there's several hundred, right? Or, yes, 400 or 500. So you put them in that area, 3 or 4, 5,000 feet is not going to be that big. And you put me in 4 or 5,000, then the youth, and you're in little bitty cubicles now, and you're not really going to get full use out of the building. We need to get the senior citizens a big chunk. I know I need to get them a big chunk. And I've got certain part that I need. I need meeting rooms, and I need the formal room. I think and I understand what you're saying. I'd hate to put it to a 50-50 right now in a resolution and it not come to that. But what I'm looking for is a multi-use building where Parks has an office, a couple offices, senior citizens, but we all use the whole building. And it's complete use by everybody. And that's what we're looking for, where, I mean, you guys could come down there and use it. I mean, anybody in the city could use it. And it could be a multi-use building.
Again, what we do here tonight is subject to change, and it's only a resolution to begin with. But one of the things that I have heard, and I've been up here for 20 years now, and I have never heard it more than I heard it yesterday, even, that we want a public pool and we want something for, you know, for the public pool, indoor pool. We want something for the pools for the kids that go to the Mount Juliet High School and go to the Green Hill High School for the swim team. You know, they want that. We're being asked to contribute on many different levels to the school system. This gives us an opportunity to do that and give to the youth and put something in there that we know that these kids can go to and actually have some senior leadership for them as well. All this is tonight is a resolution to move forward. I don't even know why it's on here because it's about 3 years early. But let's go ahead, if we can, go ahead and get this done, Mayor, so we can get on to the other business tonight.
Any other discussion on the amendment?
Just one thing.
Commissioner Malik.
Well, I can't support it because my constituents are clear. They do not want to be in the same building as the youth. And then you had said too, and you've said it before, which I don't disagree with, about bringing the seniors into the city under the city government umbrella. I don't have a problem with that myself, but it's my understanding they want to remain a nonprofit.
A 501c3, I think you want to stay in that status, right? And that's where we need to sit down. We need to bring the powers to be, like I said, and sit down and let's see what we need. Let's see what we can do and see what, and like I said, there's no need to make a knee jerk tonight on 50-50, 60-40, whatever. Just say, Parks, you're going to get the building when it comes vacant. And then we will address what we need to do at that time. We can't do it without your acknowledgement anyway. So.
Commissioner Hefner.
I had some First, you're one of the sponsors of this, by the way. There's some that appears to be conflicting statements on the resolution. Whereas the city of Mount Juliet will staff an employee in the building, maintain the entire building and grounds at no cost to the senior center, with the exception of remodeling to fit their needs. And if you skip down to the whereas, the second one after that, it states this agreement will eliminate all future recurring expenses for maintaining of the building, utilities, and ground maintenance.
On the seniors, the reoccurring costs on the seniors, we will accept that. They will not have any more reoccurring costs where it comes to utilities.
Okay, it doesn't say that, so that's why I'm questioning.
Well, that would be what it is. Yes, sir.
So do we need to add, because that's a
You'll make a motion for that, to add that to exclude the reoccurring for the seniors.
Correct.
All right. Got a motion. Well, tell you what, we've already got an amendment on the floor. Let's go on that one and do this because we'll get knee deep in amendments here. All right, so we'll stick with the amendment on the floor, which was to add the youth development program, our youth dedicated space, additional swimming pools, and was I missing anything else? 50-50. Okay. All right. That's the amendment that's on the table here. All in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. And I'm not opposed to youth, but I just think there's dedicated space should be considered. But that did carry, I believe, by a vote of 3-2. So we're back on the resolution as once amended. And Commissioner, I think you had.
Correct. Yes, Mayor, I'd like to amend 1, 2, 3, 4, the fifth whereas to exclude, I guess agreement will eliminate all future recurring expenses for maintenance of the building, utilities, and ground maintenance for Mount Juliet Senior Citizens Board.
Okay. And that was the whereas, and was there anything under the therefore be it resolved that need to be clarified?
I didn't see anything there.
Okay.
Well, it does mention Mount Juliet Parks Department and the Mount Juliet Senior Center. So do we need to include youth in section 1?
Well, is there any youth to exclude?
I know. Well, it explicitly states Mount Juliet
They don't got any
Parks.
money anyway. They're youth.
Correct. It just.
Yeah, I think the purpose of this was to specifically say the Senior Citizens Board would not incur reoccurring cost on the building. So
Okay.
we got you said fifth whereas? Correct. To exclude the Mount Juliet Senior Citizens Board on that?
Correct.
And do you want to spell out anything on section 1?
No.
Okay. Is there a second on that? I'll second it. Yeah. Any questions or comments on that amendment to the whereas? All right. All in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That carries by a vote of 5-0 on the second amendment. We're back on the resolution as twice amended. Commissioner Mullally.
I have a question about insurance and liability. And you said you had some cost as far as that goes about how it would affect our insurance rates and, So anyway, I was just wondering about, you said you were prepared to talk about
No,
that?
I not on insurance costs and stuff. We're way ahead of that. I got to get the building first.
Okay.
And then I'll be ready to discuss that after I've got the building. But right now, all we've been doing is just talking to the seniors. And like I said, we need to take care of seniors. We need to get them a good place. The building they're in now is falling down. And we need to get them on up here and get them in something they can be proud of, something Mount Juliet can be proud of. And I think that's what we could do. And I don't know if we can put an indoor pool in that. And I've checked. It's hard to put a pool in a building that's already standing. That's a metal building because of all the air handlers and stuff you have to have with indoor. I mean, I'm not going to argue, but it's just tough to do and it's very costly. And we're not ready to set and spend millions to refabricate this thing with that. But hey, I'll do what I got to do. I just need that building. I've got certain things I need. The seniors need, they have needs, and we're just trying to meet those. And today's the resolution, the first step to say, hey, the building will be yours. Now we'll sit down and decide how we're going to divvy it up. That's all I need.
I would like to see more indoor pickleball courts too on the on the cities.
I got 10 pickleball courts
side.
now
I
in
know.
Mount Juliet. And
Any
I
other
understand that. There's a need
questions?
for everything right now.
Yeah, questions and comments on the resolution as twice amended? Commissioner Hefner.
Yeah, I promise. We're going to build gyms or we're going to build jails.
I got you.
I'd much rather.
We need a Jimmy
build
Floyd
gyms.
down here is what we really need. And we need those pools. I can't build a Jimmy Floyd in this building here. It's got to be tore down and redone. I need a senior citizens in this building, but we need to build a Jimmy Floyd. I'm sitting on about 10 acres by itself for the parking and stuff. And that's what we need. And I know we need that and you've been working on that. But this building is not the building to do a Jimmy Floyd in. Jimmy Floyd needs to be built on its own standalone. That's for our children and our youth. Right now, let's take care of our seniors. Let's don't try to take care of everybody in one group. Let's take care of our seniors now, and then let's move. We know what we need, guys. Yeah, we need to go out and build a Jimmy Floyd. We need it. And that's what you said. It's either build a Jimmy Floyd or a jail. So that's what it comes down to. But right now, I'm trying to take care of my seniors. My kids are young. We'll take care of them as we get to them. But right now, my seniors, they need help.
Commissioner Justice.
Okay, we're saying the same thing. We're saying it in different ways. Nobody is doing anything for the next 3 to 5 years anyway until we get this police department bill, which is about $18 million. We've got $150 million worth of roads that we're going to do, and we got $57 million in the bank to do it all with. So it's just not going to happen.
I know, but
We're not going to build a Jimmy Floyd Center right now because we don't have the money to do that.
Well, we're building
So
gyms
we're
and
going to have to do
building
what we
jails.
can with the money that we got. This has been a proposal all along to bring the seniors out from under that
Understand.
building down there, because I don't like that building. And by the way, we're talking about having approximately 600 members to the Senior Citizen Center. And if they walk into that building down there, there's an understanding as to why, because that's not a good environment for them. And we want to make it a better environment for the seniors. Okay.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is we've got this the amendments that are made. We're going to put it out there to do as much as we can for the senior citizens and for the youth community that we've got in Mountain Juliet. Hopefully we can put them all together and they won't kill each other. And if we can just move forward tonight and then work through this whole process for the next 3 years to get it to where everybody's happy.
After talking
Can
with
we do
senior
that?
citizens, I don't think they're going to buy it. They will not come.
Then
That's what they told me.
that's
So,
their choice.
okay. I mean, that's going to be
I
the
mean,
deal.
we can offer up a new car, and if then if they don't want the new car, then that's their choice to make.
So, I mean,
But there's only so many things that we can do, given the tax, we're limited. We are limited on money, and we are growing. And I want their community and their sponsorship. I want them to grow with the city. That hasn't happened in the past few years.
And
I've been in conversations with the senior boards. I mean, at one time, my sister was one of the directors up there.
But I'm with you. But we're choosing teams over the seniors at this point. They're going to step away. I'm just telling you.
Well, okay, then that's their
So,
prerogative.
okay.
That's their prerogative.
All right. But that's where we're at. I want to bring a senior citizens building, not a teen and senior citizens. And it's just not going to fit, guys. It won't work. You can't put a nightclub next to a church. They just don't work.
Well, we don't have to call for the question. We can just vote if we
that's it.
want. Everybody just keeps asking for the floor. So, all right, all in favor of the resolution is twice amended, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that passes as twice amended. So we will see where this winds up. Next item on the agenda is 11.1. Add an ordinance to rezone approximately 19.94 acres of property at Rutland Drive, map 78, parcel 13.414 from CI to CI PUD, and to adopt the preliminary master development plan and approve the economic development agreement for Project Prosper. Have a motion and a second. All right. We have 11.1 on the table. I heard at the Planning Commission, Commissioner Hefner once, the last meeting, he said something I didn't know could ever be uttered publicly. That was the C word. And he said Costco, which we still got it headed as Project Prosper here. But Commissioner Hefner, you were asking for the floor.
Thank you. So would like to amend, so a motion to amend under Public Works and Engineering comments. Number 3, to strike number 3 and add a new number 4, and you should have this in front of you. And add actually number 4, so that would be number 4. Rutland Drive, A, developer has committed to improving the road to a 3-lane urban section from Legacy Point Boulevard to the westernmost access point. B, the remaining roadway to the west is substandard. It is in need of upgrade, including upsizing the existing slab bridge in order to facilitate safer site traffic movement to Volunteer Boulevard and limit future roadway construction disturbances. The developer has agreed to extend the 3-lane urban section from 4A west to Volunteer Boulevard, including sidewalks on the south side of the roadway. C, to help offset the cost of 4B, an assessment of 50% of the total construction costs of 4B will be reimbursed to the developer of this project by the adjacent property to the north of Rutland Drive at the time of land disturbance of any development on the entirety of the property project.
All right, I'll second that. Any questions or comments on the amendment? All right, are we ready to vote on it?
You know, I've got a couple of issues. Sorry, man.
Commissioner Justice.
Couple of issues that we probably need to take care of, and I'm not sure if this is the proper time or not. And, I've discussed some of this with our city attorney. Is this going to be the time you feel would be appropriate to talk about the issues that I brought up to you?
He has an amendment.
So you want to go through the amendment and then come back to this?
Yeah,
Okay, we
take
can do
them one
that.
at a time.
Yeah, let's
go. I think I'm good.
All right, all in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries. Now we're back on the ordinance as once amended. Commissioner Justice, you want the floor? Not seeing anybody else asking.
Okay. We're here to serve and work on behalf of the Mountain Juliet citizens. We're charged to do the best that we can do for them. And I want to say that, you know, we're going to make a contribution of $8 million to this project. I don't know if anybody has actually come out and said that, but we're making that $8 million contribution to get a multi-million-dollar return to our taxpayers. So we're hoping that the sales tax revenue is going to equal the $8 million incentive so that the city taxpayers get their money back. Mountain Juliet is under the agreement. We'll pay $2 million per year, and the first payment is made when the facility opens. Then $2 million is paid on the first, second, and third anniversary of the payment. I got 2 issues, and I'll ask for some guidance as to how to approach these. Since the city's first payment is due when the store opens and before any revenue is generated, therefore the city needs the second payment to be made on the second rather than the first anniversary of the first payment, with the third $2 million on the third anniversary and the fourth $2 million on the fourth anniversary. So if the city recoups the first 2 payments, and we know it's going to be coming back in. Does that make sense? Okay. And do I need to do that as a, Mr. Marchetti, do I need to make that as an amendment?
Yes, that would be an amendment to the, I think that's in the Economic Development Agreement.
Okay.
So is this an amendment to the agreement? Or is this a request for attorneys, the attorneys to get together on this?
Mr. Marchetti, with guidance?
I'm happy to do that. What, if I understood you correctly, what you want is the first payment as the economic development agreement currently states, but then the second, third, and fourth agreements would come not on the first anniversary, but on the second
anniversary,
the
right.
third anniversary, and the fourth anniversary.
Correct. Yes, sir.
All right. We can work on that.
Okay. I would also, and
But I can tell you, that's what the original agreement said, and Costco wanted it to say this. So that's the one that's attached is the one that Costco came back as a proposal. So if you're saying go back to the original one, we can talk about that.
yes, sir. I am asking that. And we've got to do. I mean, we've got taxpayers that are putting. This is $8 million that belongs to the taxpayers. It don't belong to us, and so we need to make sure that we make every stride to protect that money to the best of our ability. I've got another. I want to throw this out, and again, I'm going to ask you for guidance as to how to approach it. I'd like for us as a commission to instruct council to negotiate language to ensure that the final $2 million, actually the fourth payment, is not paid until we have realized $8 million in sales tax revenue. I have no doubt that Costco is confident and they're going to surpass the projected tax increases that they have brought to us. So I don't see any reason why they wouldn't agree to go along with this. But I would ask that language also to be looked into and negotiated between now and the next time that we have to have a conversation about this.
So before the fourth $2 million is paid, we have to be at $8 million
Yes, sir.
in sales tax revenue to the city.
Yes, sir. Once again, I'm trying to do everything I can do. I want to protect the investment that our taxpayers are making to this project. And again, I don't think this is an issue where Costco's, I will say, somebody said, well, Costco's not going to shut the doors. Well, Silicon Valley Bank didn't think they were either. So we've got to protect that. We've got a responsibility to our taxpayers to make sure that that investment is protected to the nth degree. So that's where I'm coming from with this. I don't want anybody to take offense because God knows we want Costco here. I have heard about it for 15 years. We wanted Costco here. So don't want to do anything to make sure that I don't want that not to happen, but I do have to take care of the taxpayers' dollars.
Let me ask this, anticipating a question. If we get to the time of the fourth payment of $2 million to be made, and they're at $7,800,000 in sales tax revenue at that date, can the city go ahead and fund the $1.8 million and then the other 200,000
be reduced?
Yeah,
I'd be comfortable with that if the rest of the commission's okay with it.
I don't want to hold up the whole 2 million.
No.
If they're $10
No,
short.
no.
So your request is to have our attorney and them sit down together and bring back something on second reading for us?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Got your notes?
Got my notes.
Does that need to be voted on by us, or is that? Because these are my requests. I want to make sure that the commission is in agreement with my requests before.
If you two are on the same, I'm not hearing any objection.
Proposed tonight will get talked about before the next second and final reading.
Okay. If y'all are comfortable with that.
What about swimming pool?
251 Spring Hill Road, swimming pool. I have no problem with that.
Well, good point. This is how we'll pay for a swimming
Just
pool.
asking.
We could put it next to the tires.
Yeah. I'm good.
So anyway, along those lines, yes, we anticipate
City boat
to get very nice returns in terms of sales tax. Everything that we're doing as we're working with Costco to recruit them here. Just everybody know the school systems is going to be getting their payments unimpeded. Anything that we do here is it in no way impacts them. We're not asking for any contributions on their side or anything. It's 100% of their funding goes to the schools. We'll keep going to the schools from now until the state law or General Assembly chooses to change that law, but that's the way it's going to operate. This is a strictly something that our Industrial Development Board would enter into an agreement with Costco on this. So that's what we're talking about, the language here. Are there any other questions or comments on this? Our city manager's got some wisdom for us.
And then this is just on behalf of the commission and the citizens and staff. I want to thank the representatives that are here. We've grown quite close to them in working through this process. We've worked as a team. We really appreciate everybody. I know they flew in from different places all over the place, and they've stuck it out with us tonight. So I wanted to say on behalf of the city, thank you.
All right. All in favor? Did you have a comment?
Sorry.
There you go, Commissioner.
You know, the amendment that we just passed, Costco was putting up potentially $1.5 million to expand that road. They're not asking for that to be tied to a specific timeline from when that future development comes in. I just wanted to point that out. I think maybe not look a gift horse in the mouth, but I totally understand what Commissioner Justice is saying, but I think there's been some give and take on this, especially on the road widening that is much needed. It's a public safety concern. I don't doubt at all that we're going to recover our $8 million. But I did want to point that out. I know I read the amendment in. I don't know if you caught that, but there was no timeline for when that project is going to develop out and they're going to recover their 50%. So they didn't ask for it.
Yeah, very gracious from that standpoint. And that was, I want to say probably up until the last two there who were entered, that was, I think, the last sticking point on this that I saw. So
with that in the brick, that's another thing. The brick, there's a concession they also made when I met with them on, it was the south side. There was one concrete section that was not, one section in the back by the, I don't know if it's by the tires or anyways, there's a section in the back that they were asking for a variance on for the concrete. They agreed. In talking with them, they agreed to concrete that, and that was $120,000. Hamblin, sorry.
Our city planner.
Thank you. It was actually metal that was proposed there in the
Thank you.
beginning, and they agreed
I
to
knew it was
brick.
something.
And they are shown on your plans that you have before you tonight.
So
They
that
made
was another
that.
concession that they
Thank
made.
you.
So anyways.
All right, we ready to vote? All in favor of 11-1 on first reading as once amended, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. So one step closer. We'll be, if you're following along, and this is going to, since it's coming from the Planning Commission, skip one meeting. It will be back on the second meeting in April. So
April 24th, I believe.
yeah, approximately a month. I think I heard April 24th, not looking at a calendar. It's going to be approximately a month here
24th.
for second reading on this, and we can land this plane, hopefully.
Yeah, swimming pool.
They may sell swimming pools, yes.
And boats.
Next item on our agenda is 11-2, an ordinance to amend Part B of the Unified Development Land Code of the City of Mount Juliet, known as zoning ordinance, by amending Section 8 floodplain district regulations to minimize danger to life and property due to flooding and to maintain eligibility for participation in the National Flood Insurance Program. Motion and a second. Any questions or comments on 11-2? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That's a unanimous pass on that. 11-3, an ordinance to reconsider ordinance 2006-50, which is establishing the zoning and PUD overlay for Kent, Rust, and Carpenter Properties, also known as Kelsey Glen, to remove the requirements for the perimeter transitional protective barrier. And I'll second that one. Commissioner, you want to talk about this one?
I can. It's an issue that came up about a year or so ago, year and a half, when the owners or potential buyers for the lots out in Kelsey Glen purchased their home. It was not clearly marked as to where the property line started and ended and where this buffer line happened to fall. It wasn't until after they moved in and Jones started placing the fences inside of their lot. And in some instances, took away half their yard. Now, this is land that is owned by the homeowner. So yes, correct. The buffer, the 20-foot buffer, was actually included in the lot owners portion of that. So what we're doing here, and there's two readings to this, is we're eliminating that 20-foot buffer requirement around the perimeter of Kelsey Glen to allow the homeowners an option to either keep the fence where it's at or move it to the back. That's all going to be contingent on HOA and how they manage that. So we do have representatives from the HOA here that I've met with. They would like between the first reading and second reading to go back and have a board meeting and a discussion about it. And they would come back at the next BOC meeting and give us some guidance and direction on where the board would like this to go.
Well, Commissioner, this is, I guess, unorthodox in the sense of the buffers, but I want to commend you for bringing this, because I'd kind of gotten a hint that this was coming from the management group there.
Yeah.
And it was actually something I thought had been worked through with staff, and they'd come to some agreement on it. And I know it's just kind of lingered out there a little bit. So I commend you for bringing this. And, normally we push buffers, but this is, and I know I want to give you credit because I know this is not occurring today, and it's subject to sometimes interpretation as to what gets approved. And this is, I don't know how careful how to say this, but this was not our current staff that set this up, and it's not a good thing to sit there and require private property to be set as a buffer, preventing the people from using their own land when they own the land.
Yeah. So that's what it was about. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on this? Commissioner Justice.
I also want to commend you. I've been over there with you when we've gone over there and dealt with some of the issues that you've had in Kelsey Glen. And to the people over there that have had to deal with Jones Homes, for God's sakes, I apologize for all you've had to go through to deal with those people over there. They're horrendous as far as their representation goes. Commissioner Hefner and I were over there and had to deal with one on the issue of the detention pond. And now we're still stuck with that detention pond and the issues that went along with that detention pond. So, I'm so sorry for the folks that live over in Kelsey Glen. Got my condolences having to deal with those people. They're crazy, but we'll work through it. So again, good job, Commissioner Hefner. Thank you.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. So we've got a member of the HOA if he wanted to speak. Mayor, I don't know if he wanted to say anything or not, but
do you want, is there any objection to hearing? Come on up, name and address for the record.
Thank you. Doug Giacomelli, 5010 Winslow Drive, also president of the HOA for Kelsey Glen. We've been working in the few months I've been part since we've taken over the HOA from Jones and the group there. I've been working closely with you guys. Thank you for all the help you've done with us so far, and got a lot to work through yet. But for this particular situation that we have here, it is our understanding as a representative of the board that the majority of the homeowners that are affected by these buffer zones will be in favor of passing this because they're currently paying taxes on property they can't use. We currently have areas that were planted that didn't take, that now are being refused to be taken care of by the existing or the prior developers. We do believe from a standpoint from the HOA board that most everybody's going to be in favor of this. We do anticipate a couple of people might be concerned about the cost of them having to take care of it, but we're also advising that they don't have to change anything. If they don't want to, they can leave the fence where it's at and leave their property where it's at. We do believe that this would be a step in the right direction to give the people back what they wanted, what they paid for. And I had one particular homeowner that told me that they were literally at their house with Jones picking out all of their tile and carpeting when they said, oh, by the way, you'll see somebody putting a fence in back there. That's required by the city. We have to do that. So sorry, you're not going to have those last, I think it was adjusted to 10 feet at the time, but at the time they did say that. And he was like, wait a minute, this is nowhere in our contract. And so that's been a bone of contention. So we appreciate you guys taking this into consideration.
Vice Mayor.
First of all, thank you for sticking around so late tonight and appreciate all your dedication. I'm also on the board, so I feel your pain. So good luck. And just again, thanks for staying here tonight. I guess my question to Ms. Hamlin, which is this going to be documented just again for our city records? Because let's just say a homeowner decides to sell their house in that fence and you know, you always tend to lose that history after 5, 10, 15 years, you know, board members change, people come and go. So is that going to be documented?
That is the beauty of an ordinance. It's forever the law.
Thank you.
Until it's changed.
Okay.
It ain't forever. Did you say?
Yeah, be careful with forever. But yeah, that's I'm just looking at the ordinance number in 2006. So this dates back to some time that it's, and I'll just say to you, thank you for keeping us out of this stuff going forward for many years now. So, any other questions or comments? All right, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? This carries unanimously. So we'll be back on. This does not go through the planning commission, so it'll be back next meeting. Next meeting.
No, we're skipping a meeting.
We are skipping a meeting. Okay, we're skipping a meeting. Back at the end of April. And then I have Resolution 11-2, a resolution to adopt an investment policy for the city of Mount Juliet. Motion? Have a motion and a second. City manager, you want to brief us real quickly on this? Or we also have our finance director.
Yes, sir, Mayor. Thank you. And I'm going to defer to Ms. Dana.
Thank you. So the city hasn't had a formal investment policy. So that's what this is. It's basically just for transparency purposes for the board and the citizens to know what we're allowed to do with the funds that we hold, who's responsible for them, and what the goals are of the city, which is safety, liquidity, and then market rate of return. So this just formalizes those policies into one document that is easily accessible.
All right. Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments on it? Commissioner Hefner?
Thank you, Mayor. I have an amendment. I would like to include, I'll leave this up to our attorney as to where the appropriate spot is in this resolution, but I would like to include an oversight committee or oversight board that will, that to be established through ordinance or resolution in the future. That would be listed in addition to financial advisor. There's several, I guess there's several listings of by title of who could be. I would like to add the oversight board or committee to be established as one of the options. Is that good? You work that out?
I'll second have that tomorrow.
Excellent.
Okay. You're not proposing to amend this. Just bring back something at a later date to be considered.
We can do that, right? Is that, no, it's a resolution, so we won't read this back.
Right.
So.
It'll be an investment committee charged with developing, overseeing, recommending various investments, reports, et cetera, comprised of individuals expert in audits, investments, et cetera.
Correct.
You could say to be established by the board.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, correct.
Do we want to?
5.
Do we want to make that a separate ordinance as a standalone board, or do we want to? I guess my question is: are we trying to amend this current resolution?
I'd like to amend the current resolution to include an advisory board, and then come back with an ordinance that defines,
Codifies it.
that codifies it. A committee, a board appointed by 5-member boards. So the idea behind it is they meet quarterly.
Ad hoc being advisory on.
Correct. Yeah. Because financial investment companies or advisors, they charge a percentage to manage assets.
We want free.
That's why I'm suggesting an advisory board. So, Gino's shuffling papers.
And I'm looking at the
Well,
investment committee to,
We've got under now therefore be it resolved. What if we just added a part 1 where it says the Board of Commissioners of the City of Mount Juliet do hereby adopt the investment policy incorporated in this resolution by reference as 1, and then insert a 2 there that says, what would you want to call it? That we will establish a ad hoc committee.
Ad hoc
City of
investment.
Mount Juliet would establish an ad hoc advisory committee.
Ad hoc advisory committee. I'm fine with that.
To monitor and recommend
Correct.
investment opportunities to this Board of Commissioners.
Correct.
That worked.
That worked.
She was looking.
So part 2 would then be the city will establish an ad hoc advisory committee to monitor and make recommendations to the Board of Commissioners
For investment opportunities.
for investment opportunities. All right. You want to make that motion?
I make that motion.
All right. We got a second and a third on it. So, all right. So all in favor. Whoa, got a discussion on this. Let's get
I
to
just
discussion.
would like to ask our financial director if she feels this advisory committee is needed.
Well, I guess I need to know am I providing the information to them and then they're deciding where the investments go, or am I making the investments and then advising them where I've put the investments or what the investments are? I guess I'm trying to figure out like who has the authority over that. Did they tell me what to do, or okay?
their advisory.
Their advisory.
Okay.
Ad hoc.
Okay.
And making recommendations.
Okay.
And those recommendations would then be brought to the city commission for ratification, but only after you have gone through and vetted the opportunities. These are going to be outside opportunities, outside of what the normal realm of your stuff may be. So.
Okay. As allowed by TCA. though.
Yeah,
They're to help you.
You can then tell us if it's legal or not to do so.
I just wanted to
They're from the government. They're here to help.
Yeah. Federal government. Yeah. We want to help you.
Thank you.
And my apologies, Commissioner. I was jumping on the vote there too. Any other questions or comments before I call for a vote again on it without giving everybody the opportunity? All right, then all in favor of the amendment to change item number 1 under therefore be it resolved. The first paragraph there to change that to point 1 and then to add a second point that says an ad hoc advisory committee to monitor and recommend investment opportunities for the Board of Commissioners. To the Board of Commissioners. Yes, sir. All right. All in favor of the item, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Yours
Aye.
you were an aye.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And eye for an eye.
Eye for an eye.
Right.
It was an eye that just sounded a little nay.
Okay.
But it was unanimous.
Yeah, I think it was kind of delayed.
You know I'm getting loopy when I look back.
Any other questions, comments, or discussion on the resolution as once amended? All right, all in favor of the resolution as once amended, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries. And that concludes our agenda for the night. Our next item on the agenda is adjournment. Is there any objection to adjournment? Hearing none, we are adjourned.